2, pull up some nice chill music. You can get that connected. Oh, geez. I'm gone. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Don't go anywhere. Forgot. We do not we do not have it on studio mode. I click another scene, it changes to that scene. So that was we have the audio all included in one. And that was there. Music is very quiet. Percy, how's it going? Make some adjustments. NL Corp, how's it going? What are you two up to this fine President's Day? Impossible for me? You know what? You're probably right. You know what? You're probably right. Ah. Gotta. Okay, anonymous FIDE master. God, jeez. All right. Queen F3, trying to discourage 94. Should we go full Tony and play G4? Pull a full Tony. Okay, let's go full Tony. Let's go full Tony on him. Fine, a little flip boards. Only hurt a few people. Okay, yeah, he takes. We're not gonna do that, but we're gonna play Queen H3, threatening F3. No one in the queue yet, serious. Okay, we're keeping it pretty spicy. Maybe too spicy, but, you know, what can you do? Why so serious? Sevi, how's it going? Sevi, how are you feeling? I don't think I've talked to you since Kaimar got the victory. I have to imagine you're pretty excited about that. All right, take. Yeah, the flipboard is it's kind of a pain, you know. As always, it's a pain. But we're here. We're playing. We're doing the things. He's double stacking, looking for something over there. I just got forked, didn't I? I just got forked. Maybe it's terrible. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, it could be better. Hold on, wait a second. We can be adventurous with this. Pretend like we planned this. Friendship with Gukesh is over Kaimar. friendship with Gukesh is over. Kaimar is your new best friend. The shift, the change. Yeah, Kaimar was impressive. Very, very good chess that he played. Freaking nailed it. He has rook f1. I should have traded. I should have just traded first. You know what? This could be better. This is not great at all. And he just wants to checkmate me now. Of course. That's just gonna be checkmate. Frick! The stupid flipboard. Corp, where are you? Come here. 3 misses. I'm not able to challenge him. It's just completely winning here. Knight e4, yeah, it was terrible. Alright, one more game. Don't think Kaimar is as good as the others presently, but I do think he will break into the top 10 soon. He's also behind a lot in Gukesh opening ideas. Alright, he's in ads. W ads. What? No way, bro. No way. What? Does this really work? Okay. Seems interesting. We're just going for it. I don't know. We're throwing the piece out there. We're seeing what comes of it. Only good things, I'm sure. All right, Sevi, welcome back. So what do you think Kaimar's missing then? Because he worked with Gukesh on openings, and I mean that was pretty decent. And then he's shown his prowess in freestyle, you know, anti-opening. So I'm curious, in your opinion, what do you think he's missing that you see in other players? Okay, we're shooting for quick activity. Ash, how's it going? Because I kind of agree with you. I'm just curious in your opinion what it is. All right, we're going after. I mean, we're just gonna drop back now. It'll look like I just want my bishops to stop these pawns, and then that pawn's running. This is fine. That works. My pawn's running. I had one idea. I'm following through on this idea. We got him. We got him. Just run the pawn. I wanna take a look at this because man, does this guy know? Like, I was just surprised how quickly he played this. I don't know if I've ever had anyone go into this. And he played this, like, pretty quickly, and, you know, looks like some pretty standout moves. And then here, he should have just taken on c5 right away. Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's how quickly he took and played c4. Like, I wonder if he's seen this before. Have we even played before? Okay, maybe... Wait a second, wait a second. No, that game I was white. I was gonna say, have I played that line against him before? Yeah, I was looking at the Champions Chess Tour there in the background, following what was up. What it was up, actually. Top 15 qualify? I did see Duda was losing. Oh man, if it's top 15, Hans makes it in by the skin of his teeth. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, because then they have the match play. I forgot about the match play. They do the match play today, right? Dang. All right, Corp, let's go. Okay, so Kaimar, you think his tactical understanding is a bit weaker. His positional understanding is there, but he's lacking in other aspects. He's also not as consistent as others. So, opening. Also need more flexibility, but I haven't seen his opening since before the World Championship. Yeah, no, I mean, tactical vision in there, I think is a good way of saying it. I do feel like he's just missing the same sharpness that other players are. Like, when if I'm using the adjective like just being sharp, like has that killer edge that will absolutely punish you if you make mistake type deal. Like, I just don't think of Kaimar. Now, obviously, he has elements to that, but he's I don't know. He seems too nice. Like, in his heart, I think he's too kind of a person. Is that... I don't know. Maybe I'm being too influenced by... maybe I'm being too influenced by the Russian chess school of things, but yeah, he just seems like... He doesn't seem like an absolute killer over the board. I think he needs more of that. Yeah, spoiler alert. Okay, Core, if I remember correctly, you are the salty big volcano. Hopefully I'm right in that. What are we looking at opening wise? Some weird play. Your opponent playing h3? h3 is really strange from your opponent. Like, you already committed the bishop to f5. I mean, I guess there's some idea of him playing g4, but if you want to play g4, in my mind, do it through rook g1, which also seems like a questionable move, but your opponent has apparently been screwed over by bishops one too many times. He's covering g4, he's covering b4. Chadrick, how's it going? Do I think I'll do the next 6 games? I think that's very likely, yeah. Yeah, the killer instinct is something he's missing. Norderbeck and Prague are the closest to him stylistically, and they will try to kill you in a way Keimer doesn't. Yeah, like... I feel like there's an aspect to Abdusattorov. Like, Abdusattorov is also kind of missing something, but... I do think right now, like, I take Abdusattorov over Keimer. And I think it is because of that. Prague still a wild card to me. I mean, especially after Tata Steel. Like, I've revered Gukesh and Arjun probably higher. Gukesh is just... He's a freaking machine. Like, he's just structured out insanely, calculates insanely. Like, he is just a machine. And Arjun is just a glass cannon. Like, he is a wildfire. And then Prague's like somewhere in between. And I just don't know exactly what to expect from the future of Prague, or even put an estimate to it. Okay, in this game, so clearly your opponent is doing some adventures with his pawns. And believes in, like, bishop b5 stuff. I mean, he covered bishop g4, he covered bishop b4, then played bishop b5 himself. He likes knights, is what I think I'm getting at. And... takes, I'm not sure, a little hesitant here if you should take with the pawn. Structurally, taking with the queen makes sense. But taking with the pawn, trying to keep that pressure on d4. No, maybe not. Maybe not. What would your plan? I mean, I guess maybe not, because there is a world where you actually don't take on d4. That makes sense. I'm thinking like a c4, b5. We should get through a lot of games today. I know I chit-chat a lot, but we'll be here for a while. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this setup. I wouldn't say it's typical for a Caro-Kann, but your opponent gave up the light squared bishop, so your opponent trying to contend against you with like b3 ideas feels a lot less likely, and you get to maximize this pressure on c2, which eventually we're kind of leading to with these pawn pushes, is the pressure in that direction. So yeah, I don't hate queen takes. Is there a world where white wants to take on c5? Yeah, there is. But that doesn't really change with B takes. So, okay, queen takes. And then, yeah, I don't like C takes D4 here. Especially with the bishop still on F5, right? Because you're just boom, boom, this pawn is weak. Although your opponent loves their knights, so he's probably not even thinking about that. I just checked the notation. Yeah, he didn't even play knight takes D4, which is wild. Gotta keep those knights protected, but I think C takes D4 is still an inaccuracy because of this. Your queen gets threatened. Okay, let's just play, I don't know, what's a queen D7? I mean, I guess we don't want to run into potential threats here. Take, take. Now your opponent has options. Probably queen takes just to not have to deal with any pin issues. So that could have been bad. It feels so anti-Caro Khan, but C4. I'm just curious. I'm gonna do a quick peek on this. So this is okay, equal, but maybe a slight difference. Ski money! Yo, Ski Money! Thank you so much for the sub, and I hope you are making National Open plans, because let me tell you, it is becoming an absolute for us every day. Look, Tony was thinking the same thing. You think Prague and Kaimar will be perennial top 10, which has been my stance for several years. Need to see more from them for that. Arjuna Ferrugia I see as another Mamajar of Aronian type, very aggressive player without very high peaks. Gukic and Nordbeck I think will be fighting for the top for a long time. Actually, I don't hate that take. Like, I see Prague and Kaimar as like the Wesley So and Anish Giri of the next generation. Like, around, hit a high peak, but not someone you might consider like a serious world championship contender. Okay, maybe with the right timing and a little bit of luck, because I mean a lot of those tournaments require skill and a little bit of luck. We can go back to how even Magnus Carlsen qualified for the world championship. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Lots of strong players. Who comes out on top? Okay, so C4, in this case, actually an idea where you start to storm. And I feel like this, again, is kind of due to your opponent trading the light square bishop for this knight. Because you don't have this knight, you have less pressure here. And because your opponent doesn't have the bishop, you get just this really solid hold on the light squares. And then we'll be able to put some good pressure here. Okay, so that was C4. You played C takes, which is not the best because of knight takes D4, but your opponent thankfully played queen takes D4. And now you could just take on C2. Hold on, free pawn. Oh wait, he hasn't even thought about it. No, Ski Money. Savvy going to the National Open? Okay, this pawn, I think you're right in not taking this because you're relatively undeveloped. Bishop E3, now you don't get bishop C5, rook C1 happens soon. Yeah, that doesn't look great. I would have some hesitations. Bishop C5. Okay, still this knight d4 awkwardness, but now it might be worth just capturing. Like, if knight d4, take, bishop takes c2 now is a different story, because you've developed a little bit more, and I think you get away with this pawn capture. So I think this is good. Your opponent, of course, is not going to play this. He's very attached to his knights, but... Sevi, you say, actually, don't hate that take like I have bad takes when it comes to prodigies. Terrible time to hesitate. I wouldn't say bad takes. It's just like I don't feel like I necessarily agree with you 100% of the time. So the way you've like, it's one of the things you've said that I think is probably one of the more like, you know what, I kind of agree with that. It's me, Sevi, it's not you. No, what was the one? There was one. I think it was about Abdusatara a while ago that I feel like we just disagreed. I don't remember what you said, but I definitely remember thinking I believed in Abdusatarov's potential more than you, but I don't know if that was necessarily you didn't believe in him as much as kind of what you're saying now, like you just don't think he, or no, like you just not you didn't believe in him, but you just didn't like him as much personally. Like you liked the other players more. So I kind of believed in him and liked him just overall, and I think previously I wasn't sure if he just was your favorite. And I think sometimes the line gets a little blurry between belief and just you like the certain players. Okay, Queen F4, probably a time to take on C2 now. Again, you've developed, probably makes more sense. You don't have as much danger around these rook C1 potential. Okay, you still need to be careful about it, but a pawn is pawn. And knight G6 I don't like because now your bishop, you need to be at least mindful of the squares. It's probably fine because it weakens here. Or you could just play bishop e4, but I think I would prefer at least playing, like if you're not going to take here, maybe at least playing bishop h7 first, because I think this knight more likely belongs on f5 than g6. I think, okay, I don't like that it's cutting the bishop off, but I also just don't see the prospects for this knight right now. It's not that you don't believe in him, he's just not inspiring to me. He's a fantastic player. Yeah, see, that's what, that in my poor phrasing is what I'm trying to say. Like, sometimes I think that gets a little blurred in how I read what you say. And you don't find him inspiring. Yeah. No d4 ideas? No d4, I guess. You play a5. Which feels okay. I mean, I had a feeling like the focus should be more here. My thing about a5 is I just, like, you're not creating a threat yet. And you do have moves that could start to create threats. Like, queen c4 even is interesting with, like, d4 potential. Extra cheese, oh, we had this before. Caden said I should be inspired by Magnus because he's so good. I don't find that inspiring at all. The guy's just an alien, to which Caden replied, but he's Norwegian and good. Imagine something good coming out of Norway. Word for word. That does sound like something I might have said. Although, in fairness, the chess direction of that is more what I meant than just the insulting of Norway altogether. You wanted to target that knight. Yeah, see, so queen c4 could be the perfect move for you. You're going to try and target it through d4. I don't know. I mean, d4, like, you also get the queen out of the way. You cover d4. Like, it just feels like a good place. Dominating the light squares. Yeah, that knight. struggled to find its place. But you kind of see how a5, like, you did this, but I mean, what's the follow-up? Again, queen c4 would make more sense as a follow-up, because then at least you're attacking b4. Ski money, you feel like you've gotten worse at chess in the last few months. You have to grind if you don't want to get wiped out. Dang. Ski money, sounds like life has happened. The focus and attention to chess has thinned because of life. Okay, your opponent helps you play queen c4. That's kind of nice. Bishop a5. Tactics. Yes, tactics. Does it work? Maybe not. Take. He takes here. Oh, but then you take here. Yeah. Yeah, bishop a5. Kind of nice. Rook takes a1. Don't take the queen. At least not yet. If rook takes a1, of course, then we take the queen. If the queen moves, we're either taking on d1 or taking the bishop, although the queen can't, excuse me, protect the rook, actually. Why can't he go rook a8? Okay, hold on, this is a different move order. So, but this is fine. Like, this is definitely better. I was thinking bishop takes f8 to try and play rook takes a8. But here, I mean, this still looks just very good for black. This pawn is in danger. You've now taken control of the open file. Your opponent has to respond to your threat. Good way to put it is Carlsen is objectively a better player than Aronian, but the way Aronian plays chess is inspiring to me in a way Carlsen isn't. But Abdusattorov, who you think will be kind of like Aronian one day, is not. No, that's not who you think. You think Arjun. Oh, and Ferrugia. Okay. No, I'm figuring it out, Savvy. I'm getting on board. He also dresses more inspiring. No, I really like Ronan. He's, as you know, he's one of my favorites. And I thought some of his commentary during Weisenhouse was hilarious. He's pretty savage. Now, I know there's like a little bit of there's a little bit going around of people who did not like. Oh, you did play bishop a5. Look at this. This was the game. Bishop went back to b2. Hey, nice. Nice. But yeah, I know some people didn't love it, how savage he was, but I kind of enjoyed it. And, you know, with how good Aronian is, I kind of understand why he could be so savage. Because, yeah, from his perspective, like, that's reality. If you're that good, you kind of, I think, should have the freedom to be a little bit more savage. Hot take, you think Arjun already peaked and won't come back to 2800? I don't know, man. That guy... So I think the big question mark around Arjun is if he can adapt his style for close tournaments. Because Tata Steel was a disaster in a way, but he also beat two of the leaders the last two rounds. So I don't know. I mean, that to me kind of signals like he's been playing so many opens. He obviously just wasn't playing well at the, you know, first most of Tata Steel. But I think he also needs to adapt his style, and the end of Tata Steel kind of suggested to me that he can. That it's possible. So I think if he can adapt it, that He's gonna be a beast. Like, he is... I mean, Aronian was that. I think it's a good comparison. Aronian was an absolute monster. There's a reason Aronian was one of the all-time highest rated players. Or is one of the all-time highest rated players. Or was. I don't know. I think it's hard to predict the style of younger players. It changes and adapts quite a bit over time. Yes and no. I mean, look at Ferrugia, right? Dojo with the raid! Hey, big shout out to Chess Dojo. Everybody, it's always a perfect reminder every time we're rated by Chess Dojo to drop our affiliate link. Both me and Tony made sure to check out, ask questions, do the dissecting of the Chess Dojo, and we're very happy with what we saw, the program, the resources they have, and the community. So everybody, if you are not part of the Chess Dojo, go check it out. You can use our code for 10% off at checkout. And everyone, welcome in from there. Hope those on the Chess Dojo stream are dojoers. Oh, he just showed some cool stuff that's in beta coming soon. Nice, let's go. H1 Chess, by the way, hello. What a statement. The gens, I actually don't know. I mean, destroy Paul Morphy. Yeah, that, okay. No, that's too. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if H1 could take a game off him. Optimal chess nowadays is style-less meta. Basically, if you have a style, you pay for it at some point. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of players struggle in opens, because I think when you're playing a lot of the same players in round robins, you're able to adapt to their style. But I think in these opens, when you're playing still very strong players, but players who you just don't fully know what to expect, I think that's an adjustment. How'd I do in the tournament? I technically did okay from the perspective of I took second, but I was not happy with my play the second half of the Blitz tournament. I played pretty poor, to be honest. It was pretty bad. Like, I played well, and then even though I lost to Bortnik, I was happy with my game. This is the OTB Blitz that we played on Saturday. And then, like, that second half, I was pretty... I just played bad, except, like, honestly, except for probably my game against Dina. I was pretty happy with that one. There were some good tactics in that one. Two out of three of the plays chess. There are quite a number of plays chess. We're siblings, it's normal. Okay, but okay, Max plays chess. The one thing I will say is you guys gotta agree. Either you need to all have an S, or you all need to have a Z. The mixing between plays with an S and plays with a Z is terribly confusing at times. Does bishop take c3 not look great here? I'm thinking take. Okay, take here. Kind of similar to what could have possibly happened after bishop a5. I mean, this looks like positionally very, very good for you. Your bishops just dominate here. But there are other moves to consider. H1 chess is ambiguous. His username doesn't state whether he plays chess, just that there is chess. All H1. I got by the Danya Bortnik Charlotte. Dude, it's not easy to farm Elo. Freaking Kramnik. Like, I'm losing Elo playing here in Charlotte because I keep dropping like one game. It was so bad. The game I lost was bad. My last round was also bad. Like, I was just up a piece for a pawn, and somehow I ended up needing to win in a king and pawn endgame because I lost the piece again. Yeah, second half of that I did not play well. Okay, so you played queen c7. Yeah. I mean, the only thing it changes is the hope here is if it takes here trying to be all sneaky, you do have rook takes a3. So now after bishop d6, you couldn't quite take because rook takes c3. But your okay, your opponent. That was not the move. That's not the move. That now everything falls apart. Now everything. Uh yeah. Yeah. What to say? What to say? Yeah, your opponent just blunders queen e3. Okay, I mean e5 here. I definitely wouldn't bother. I mean, letting your opponent take h6. There's just no reason. Like you can play rook b4 and start running your pawn. So as far as the conversion stage, like that's just like a little thing because like the only way this goes wrong for you is this pass pawn. Your opponent didn't push it, so I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's just a small thing. Yeah, you're just crushing now. No, opening middle game, pretty interesting, pretty good. I think your opponent giving up the bishop was not the best. I think you should have put your queen on c4 earlier. Your opponent, again, kind of provoked it, which was a slip on their part, but I think was a really good place for your queen. And then some tactical considerations, some like c4 earlier. You shouldn't have took d4 either, but all around a pretty good game. Missed mate in one. Wait. Those two. Oh yeah, rookie 3. I was just seeing what happened if white created any chances. I was not savvy with the point out on the checkmate there. Very nice. H1 chess is chess. That's what my name means. So H1, if you are chess and I've adopted you repeatedly, what does that make me? Just a jerk? Or if you are chess, does that mean chess is my son now? Extra cheats, who knows? I keep getting cheater refunds every time I get it to a number I like, they change it. Man, I have not been getting a ton of refunds, but yeah, I don't want to. There was at least one person who got banned that I don't know why I didn't get a refund, and I was going to message chess.com about it. And then, like, I kind of paused. I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, it's rating. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go down. I feel better that the cheater got banned than me needing to get a rating. I'm the dad of chess. Apparently. Extra cheese. Did you actually have? Did you have a game? You tend to be doing this where you, I think, just see queue, join queue, and then you're like, hold on, this requires effort. Okay, let's take a look. What's up? Only one game done so far. Wait. Wait, what? What happened? Hans was in the top 15 earlier. They make some adjustments to tiebreaks. Were all the games not done? What? I thought all the games were done and Hans was like 14th. H1, we can go anytime to adopt you one more time. This is true. We can do it. Alright. Extra cheese. If I remember right, you got a good advantage. Blew it twice. Your opponent plays like dog crap, but you keep blowing advantage. Feels like whenever I review game ahead and then some resistance out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, but tie breaks, but like I checked it and I thought Hans's tie, like, why in the world are Hans's tie breaks supposedly worse than Christopher Yu, who lost 2 games to start? Like, that's, I mean, I guess if his opponents withdrew, that'd be pretty wild. Like, if his tie breaks, I mean, he did lose 2 games early, but still, worse tie breaks? That's crazy. Why am I not in the play-in? So I don't know. To be honest, I haven't been as excited about some of the chess.com events lately. Kind of at a weird point with, they just keep requiring more and more, which is taking some of the fun out of it for me lately. And I understand, but since I played it for the fun, like, I'm not typically winning money. It's a bit tough, and I woke up this morning and basically we had a good old party last night, so I was not in the most up, ready to go zone. So yeah, I don't know. It's an ongoing thing where I'm really enjoying the streaming, the content side, the coaching side, but really feeling that competitiveness. And yeah, some of the fun is just, I mean, because these tournaments, CCT events, you have to have the 2 cameras and the screen sharing, and if you stream, you have to have it on a 60-second delay. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But I've also, I don't know, ever since they did the 10-second delay on Title Tuesday, that's definitely been a bit of a killer for me. Like, it's such a simple thing, but because I'm always streaming before and after these events, it either means I have to fully 10-second delay, which is annoying, or I have to end and restart the stream, which is annoying. And again, as someone that plays in these events for the fun, at some point it's just becoming more fun just to like play. like not in the events, but just play. Okay, so your opponent goes a bit interesting here with g5. Can he not play e5 here? Miles plays chess. Miles, again, I need you to be a part of this conversation. Y'all need to get together, all the play chess people, and agree if it should be an S or a Z. Like, I need this to be an agreement, because it's confusing. Like, yeah. It's hard to keep track. Bishop f5 is a mistake. You had this OTB, so you knew it. e5 is the normal. Okay, I was wondering, because, I mean, black's done all this for e5. Bishop, I feel like this bishop f5 move here usually... I just don't feel like you would play that with g5 as much. Not that that makes sense. Like, bishop f5 makes sense for a move. because you're covering the light squares. But I mean, this D5 looks nice. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone should go Z, but you know, obviously biased. Just Sharkz, that Z at the end does influence me. Paul E4, how's it going? Sevi tier list, not present. Future careers. Gukesh, Norderbeck, Veruja, Arjun, Pride, Kaimar. Okay, that's pretty clear. That's pretty clear. Sevi, on where you stand. I think I probably have Arjun higher, but okay. Queen Liv, how's it go? Wait, for both of you, how was the tournament? Yeah, Bishop F5, even Bishop D3 is good for white. Okay, extra cheese. We can say Zed. I actually don't hate Zed. Dang it. Oh, Queen Liv, I'm gonna guess you took first. Nice. Congratulations. Big W, first place. Cleaning up the competition. Nice job. That's awesome. Miles did not do so. Okay. Oh, shoot. We'll talk about that another time, but heck yeah, Queen Liv. Let's focus on the good right now. Focus on the improvement later. Arwen, how's it going? Lucy, doing well. How are you doing? Okay, so D5, Knight D4. So looking good. I would say normally D5 is nice if the knight's not jumping into these squares. Especially if the knight's ending up over here. Really? This feels like trash for black. Okay, Bishop F3 or B5? I want to... but there's some discovery idea. Miles, you did draw a master, but lost against a 1900 in a game where he played 97, knight g6, 97, knight f5, 97, knight g6. All in a row! Oh my gosh, that sounds like a wild game. Lucy, you can ask, yes? Yes, I do review games for non-subs, so the queue is open to anybody. The only thing that is where the money comes in currently is if someone wants to jump the queue. Or when you're learning Karokan but don't know how to play with white. That is fine. I don't know if I overly know how to play the Sicilian with white, but I've played the Sicilian as black for a long time. Okay, so you win knight d4, so you're just not dealing with the... Okay, what's wrong with Bishop f3? Bishop f3 is like my instinct. Keep that knight in there, guard it. b5 happens soon. Okay, we probably want to play rook c1 first. Lucy, I mean, we're doing pretty fine as far as all that stuff. We have the things set up on Twitch pretty well. Oh, you are playing the Charlotte Spring Open. Nice. So you'll be here in March. That'll be sweet. Bishop f3, I thought bishop h5, and I didn't want to trade with the space advantage. Bishop h5. Wait, does this... Freaking Queen Liv. I think Queen Liv is memeing. Ban Queen Liv. Miles, you have the power. It is potentially something you can do. I would not advise, but you can do it. This just feels like BS. I mean, even if you play B5 now, but I was thinking like take. Here, oh no, knight takes H5. I'm just blundering. Okay, knight takes H5. This discovery is annoying. Okay. But even still, like here, maybe you just play B5 now. I know I'm trying to avoid knight c5, but this knight is just... it's so good there. Dropping it back, I love. Especially because you do open up, like, it may be annoying. He starts rushing you potential, which is what happens, okay. This still should be really good for you, though. That gents, there is no command. You are trapped in the queue. Sorry. You can never leave. Strider, how's it going? 1 game to go. 4 points out in your last game. Servos have 4, and your former student has 4.5. Alright. So you gotta cook up in the last game. Good luck. Arwen, you want to participate in FIDE tournaments, but something is really annoying that when I play strong players, they cook you in the opening and you lose badly. Do you have any advice? When you play against 2000 FIDE and Rapid, they play so fast. So, I mean, sounds like you need to improve your openings. One of the best pieces of advice for doing that is anytime you get a bad position out of the opening, or at least you don't know the opening, at least do a quick check after the game. 5-10 minutes after just doing a quick check goes such a long way in starting to understand and making sure you're checking the games that the top players are playing as well as the computer. Yeah, I should have just played knight takes c7. Yeah. I mean, the whole... I'm definitely looking at this from a blitz game. Like, the whole thing, I feel like you're trying too hard to play a good game and not a good blitz game. And some of it's practical. Like, keeping the knight on c6, I just like from a practical point of view personally. Okay, knight d4 also shouldn't be bad, but knight takes d6 is one of those that, again, kind of from that practical point of view, probably just don't want to mess with. You have a pawn up, get your king out of the center, live a happy life. Justin Cherries, how you doing? If you get paired against him, you have to be on point. He's like 2140 USCF and has won the last 2 state titles. Okay, Strider. Got a serious game ahead of you. Yeah, now it's a mess. Well, I mean, bishop takes e5? No, take on c5. Oh, jeez. How'd you get such a weird position? It's kind of awkward for you. Like, there's a small part of me, again, considering this is blitz, that almost prefers black now. That to me feels like it should be wrong, but I mean, black's position, you're threatening c5, you want to just play knight e4, knight h5, you know, maybe knight d5 at some point, play e4, bring your other rook in. Like, it's clear what you're doing, where here is white, I feel like the task is a lot more tricky. Now, maybe a move like queen a4 would be worth it, just to untangle a bit. Queen takes e5, runs into knight b7. And take, like, you should be better. You have pressure here. You bring the other rook in. You activate the bishop. Queen a4 is probably my... So I see we're on the same page somewhat. I just think you should have gone for the queen trade because it's been as annoying as all get out. Dang, Strider. Using that pawn play. Nice to hear it. 12 pawn moves in your first 24. I guess it depends on the opening. That's a King's Indian. That might not be that crazy. But in Grunfeld, that's insane. Poison Princess, how's it going? What time you play with viewers? So it was Thursday. Thursday stream has been taken over with some content stuff. I might come back. But we also, just me and Tony, will accept challenges sometimes during the night streams. So that's kind of the best time to just either challenges or in arenas. So that's a fork. Yeah, I think knight a4 is kind of the last move. Like, things had already gone wrong, but at some point you needed to just clear up some space, clear up some potential, so you can actually develop. And the birds, okay, that's a bit unique. Are you telling me that instead of just forking you, this guy just hung the knight? Steven, how's it going? Oh, okay, okay, wait, hold on. He had an idea, maybe? Hold on. No, just queen c4. No, f5? No, you take on e6. Yeah, you just hung a piece. Yeah, yeah. I think you get pressure on f7 after the fork. What? Pressure? This is guarded. It's guarded twice. I'm gonna take your stuff. You gotta take your stuff back. Of course you get some pressure, but stuff is stuff. Exchanges are exchanges. Playing dot crap. Yeah, he is an IM. He is, it's true. Knight 6, take, knight take. Well, no, knight takes c5, just rook c4, no? What's the follow-up? Rook d2, take. Yeah. Alright. You went for this, and you're just winning now. Okay. Hold on. You got forked so quickly. Probably should have played knight c3? Maybe? Queen a6 is also interesting, actually. Another queen trade idea. Because that also gives your rook space, so... f5 might not be a problem. Okay, now you go for queen a6, but... just bishop f3, right? You hold all this and then you start running? Because I don't think... I mean, yes, the bishop covers c8, but I think it's more important to have the space clear if you need it. Okay, yeah. Bishop f3. You agree. Okay. No way this guy didn't play knight b4. I mean, you didn't take the knight and then just take on f7. And then he just... Yeah. Lovely. Strong I am this opponent. Extra cheese. I mean, perfect chess. What can be said? Perfect chess. You won. When perfect chess is played, extra cheese wins. That's just... I think that's how this works. Game abandoned. Do a quick check. Oh, restrict lost? Okay. Duda won. Artemeyev beat Lazovic. Okay. Jalabrat, let's do it. Ads. That was a game. Extra cheese. All right, Paulius, all type of player. Okay, 3-minute game. Why rook c1? I mean, this whole bishop d2, rook c1 is very strange. Extra cheese, the free advice? Yeah, I think you just complicated it a lot. I think, if you had just taken a breath at a few points, I mean, even not playing knight takes d6, playing queen a4, maybe queen a6 earlier so you don't lose the piece again, playing bishop f3. Like, I feel like, from what I know of you, here's how I see it. Your opponent was playing dumb, and so you were trying too hard to punish him. But in your own way of doing that, you played recklessly at times instead of just buckling down and saying you're playing dumb. Thank you for the advantage. So, yeah, I think, okay, your opponent obviously was playing terribly, but I think if you had just taken a breath and kept your position a bit more solid, played a little bit more structured, would have gone a long way. Chess fan, you hate Monday, bro. Hello, Monday. Can I ask you a question? Why are you always back so fast? Do you not have a hobby like chess? I like Mondays. Mondays aren't bad. Mondays, I come in, I do game analysis, I chat with people. Sometimes we have some wild conversations. Sometimes we have some wild games. Then I go to the Charlotte Chess Center and just hang out with people, and then that's my day. Good Monday. Good Monday, bro. Not that helps. I know I'm not helping, chess fan, but I don't dislike Mondays. Your mouse bugged on those two moves. Extra cheese with the mouse emote. Wow, that's perfect. And taking notes. That's like the perfect emote for that situation. Very impressive. Your mouse bugged on 2 moves. Hold on. Like, I've done some pretty darn weird mouse slips in my time, which is not mouse bugging, but my brain bugging. But these two, like, what's going on? What I... You know what? I do stand corrected. I was thinking Pikachu was an electric mouse. Apparently Pikachu is a squirrel. That was not what I was expecting. Okay. At least according to Google. Yeah, that was... Oh, that was not the direction you were thinking at all. Yeah, mouse. Electric mouse. Taking notes. I thought it was perfect. Neo pieces with green board. That's so basic though. So I'm just trying to understand this though. Like, 2 moves bugging out is weird to me. And I don't understand. Poison Apprentice. The rule for game analysis is you always have to get the approval of the person whose game is being reviewed. It's what Canty farms you with. Okay, for the record, Canty, a lot of people have farmed me. Canty is not one of them. If you so care, I'm gonna pull what I know is a total cliche move and say I would just refer you to our game stats. But hey, you brought up farming, so Bornik farms me. Danya's farmed me. Hikaru has farmed me. Canty? Nah. Canty does not. I'm ready. I'll throw down with that guy. He definitely takes wins off me. But that guy, I'm not getting farmed. Extra cheese likes the green board. But Magnus has not farmed me. Hold on. Fabi has farmed me. We keep going down the list. Never players. Magnus is not one. Canty, not one. Lots of respect to Canty. Canty's amazing. He's such a good chess player. But when we sit down on that chessboard, you know we both want to destroy each other. Right now, I still got it on him. Actually, speaking of, I'm a bit sad Canty is not... I know he's been talking about moving out to Charlotte. I know he's been talking about playing some events. I'm a bit sad he hasn't played a while here. You dare me to eat a ramen bowl right now? Refund me if you can't. Poison Apprentice, I would love to go get ramen and eat it right now, but the ramen place, like, I'd have to end the stream. I'd have to go. There's a ramen place close that actually is delicious. I think it's Tony's new, like, one of Tony's new favorite places. This game is weird. I mean, I'm not saying any... Okay, I know I do a lot of distracted chatting. That's why I put it in the title. But it's also just, like... There's Bishop D2, Rook C1, and now... You're going for this G4, Knight H4 stuff. Like, it's just weird all around. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. you go for ramen noodles often? I do like ramen noodles. Like, the thing that I like about ramen, I mean, outside of the actual nice ramen, which there is some very good, nice ramen, go get. I'm making myself hungry talking about it. Just like the cheap packs, because as far as just having noodles or having rice, like ramen noodles are really good, cheap, go get it, mix it with some veggies, throw some sauce in there, and make yourself like a semi-decent meal for pretty cheap cost. So fancy ramen, delicious, but even like the cheap stuff, just to have around when you're in a rush and you know, want something is not bad. He just allows knight takes g7. Okay, so just maybe it's bishop h5 I don't like. Something about all of this is just weird. Maybe your opponent should have taken on f3. And I kind of like this knight h4. There's a small part of me wondering if he should just let you take on g6 and then try and play down the f file, but that feels pretty crazy. But allowing you to take on g7 as well is... Yeah, maybe you should have just left the bishop there, honestly, and played like knight d4 or knight a5 now. I mean, it's definitely not the typical capture you want and should be suspicious in some way, but at least you get some play going. This just moving backwards is not good, and then knight a5 just feels so wrong. Has Trillov ever farmed me before? He's taken rating off me. I don't know if I would say he's farmed me. We're usually pretty back and forth. What's the difference between Italian and the Gucci piano? Tell me about freestyle chess. I don't know what it's about and how it is. Wow, Papa Magandai thinks freestyle sucks. So here's the thing. Here's how I see freestyle. As someone who's not the most active in chess, and I will admit my biggest weakness in my chess game is openings. I love freestyle. I think it's fun. Now, I think freestyle is a good time. I think if there's a culture of people playing freestyle, I'm not upset about it. I would love it. Do I think it is the next revolution in chess? Do I think it is going to be something that everybody in the world is playing? No. Because at the simplest point, Arwen, if you do not understand, is you're just mixing up the pieces. Yeah, it is Chess 960. Freestyle is just like a rebranding of Chess 960. So basically disrupts opening prep. Now I know like Anish was on Twitter talking about doing some like a chessable course on Chess 960, which is pretty wild. Like I mean you could do 5 minutes on each position, but I mean come on. Like you're not gonna get any valuable opening prep. I mean maybe a little bit, but it's just wild. Like memorizing all that, recognizing everything, yeah, it's pretty wild. Kanan would farm him, but Kanan takes it easy on him. And I don't take it easy on anybody, so if it doesn't go well for me, you know, there's that's real. I just love that you can play 96 here, even though he moves take and take. Actually, 96, okay, that is what you played. I was gonna say 96 actually is pretty good here. I don't know. This game is weird, but you're just crushing. Like I don't know what to I would love to offer correction, but you say the two most suspicious moves were just your mouse bugging out. Other than that, like you're playing well. G5. I mean, I'd definitely be thinking a lot about queen D2. But I guess he simply takes here, so you just want to play G5. Oh man, you're just destroying this guy. Okay, this feels like a flex game to me a bit. Yeah, queen takes D7. You play it. I know, it's a flex game. Yeah, I can tell. I feel it. I'm feeling it now. I'm trying to analyze this, but now I realize this is just about just appreciating the fact that what is bishop G6? That does tangs a queen, my guy. That okay, maybe you couldn't have done anything though. Because knight F6, how do you stop it? Yeah, dang. Hold on. Man, that's crazy actually. Premium style, on-demand style, freestyle. Wait, does Wesley So have a chessable course on Fisher 960? What? Strategies and tactics from 2020. Okay. Of course, there was already a Chess 960 course. Wild. That's wild. I actually think chessable courses, if people were to seriously put them out, could be a big game changer for it. I think it's kind of crazy because I think inevitably the best way to play better freestyle chess is to study normal chess. But I think if there's an economy in freestyle that's not just professional chess, that's the best chance for it to grow. Dang. Wild game. Dang. Yeah, okay, you know, not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad, not bad. Some might even say pretty darn good. Yeah. Huh. Oh, wild. Very nice game, though. You just crushed him. Not much for me to say, because you did just crush him so much, and the fact that your opponent allowed you to play knight takes G7 is insane. It's just insane. Extra cheese project, less cheese project. Man, and imagine a no cheese project. Wait, extra cheese. I'm sure I've asked you this before. But what is your favorite cheese? Sounds like something I would have asked you before. But I can't remember what your answer was. Okay, do a quick check. Oh, Grishchuk struck back. Esipenko struck back. Lazovic struck back. So Duda is the only one through? No, Yang Yu. Dang. Some pretty balanced matches. Lately it's Bree. For a while it's actually been Bree. Bree's good. I actually admit though, I got a Bree recently from Costco. It was supposedly like this imported. Pretty nice. But I say like it's too strong. Like it's good, but it's probably too strong of a brie for me. So it's also about the name brie, not just the cheese. Alright, Paulius, this is against Goose. And, what, infinite time? I'm not seeing a time. Infinite amount of time? How to study chess? How much? 3 hours a day. I actually make it 4. I mean, if it's open, I think the ideal point for studying for most people, if you are serious about improving, is 3. But I understand that most people can probably do 1. It's bad at the Scotch Gambit. Doesn't know theory. Okay, let's see how bad this theory is. Okay, it's really bad. Queen e7. Wow. I thought this was gonna take longer. Like, jeez, that is the thing. That's interesting. You found that. That was the on ICC, the Internet Chess Club, way back in the day, before they like did the whole revamping. They would have bots, and the secret to winning or drawing was to just try different openings against them until you found just that one opening that they played terribly. Like, I remember this one bot that was probably 1,000 points higher rated than me, but it would play the Grunfeld, and there was this one line in the Grunfeld that I just always got a good position. Now, I think I drew... I don't think I ever beat it still, but I got quite a few draws in that line. So let's see. He plays Queen e7. Wild. Not a move. Don't play this as black. And here, knight f6. There's a one in the Masters games. There's a 100% win rate here for white. Wait, go to Romania and get Rukar cheese. Salon, your favorite cheese is Salma. Dang. Chess me out. How's it going? Chess me out. Why are you not in the finals of the plans of Chessable Masters? Explain that to me. Make it happen. This looks really tempting to play e5. You're busy organizing esports world. God, wait, you're part of organizing. Whoa, ho, ho, chess me out. See, this is why I like saying chess me out. If you ever wonder, because we say the most wild stuff to you at times, like you're an FBI agent, although I'm slightly believing that one. But just, you know, we say crazy stuff. It's because usually there's something, like you're doing something crazy. Like, that's just reality. So it's fun to try and guess, because inevitably, like, there's gonna be something that follows when we guess. Okay, so e5, hold on. He takes, we play rook e1, we're threatening f4. No, we're not. F2 pawn's pinned. I'm crazy. Dang. Okay, so your bishop g5 moves make sense. Maybe some thought if you should play bishop e3 first, but I guess if you're going bishop g5 attacking on the dark squares, maybe it makes sense to leave the queen on c5 for some potential attacking later, or with rook c1. What to do in 3 hours? You should do puzzles, study theory. So typically schedule for most people, I mean, it depends on your rating, but I think if you are doing that, 2 hours should just be calculation work. And then you'll mix up the 1 hour doing game analysis, doing opening study, doing endgame work, doing positional study, but like 2 hours a day just solving puzzles and putting a good effort there, or maybe doing some blindfold work, just calculation-esque, is typically what you want to do. I did hear Hans is qualified to the next freestyle event. I did not hear he's taking Kramnik with him. That's insane. Kramnik and Hans going together. Wait, actually, does anyone know why Kramnik was kicked out of the Champion Chess Tour? He was kicked out after the first round, and I hadn't seen any updates as to why. All-type player, you're scared this bot has insane endgames. Okay, so you're feeling the fear. Bishop e5! Bishop e5 feels so bad. Yeah, I take that every day. What the heck? Okay, that I don't know about. Hold on, taking on f6? I guess queen takes f6, knight d5, queen d8. Kramnik was kicked out because he's not eligible for prize tournaments, but he was incorrectly invited by chess.com to participate. Ah. Dang. So, a mix-up. One at f4. It is a strong bot, but it's a strong f4 move. Right? Queen c5, king h1, and then you still want to take on f6, but no queen takes f6. I mean, taking f6 does look good, but it could be better. Yeah, play the board, not the bot. Hallelujah. Wait, how long is Kramnik not eligible for prize events on chess.com? Or is it a permanent thing now? I've lost track. He's ineligible for 6 months. Okay, so still just that one. Okay, I'm just curious. This looks really good to me. Yeah, okay. Man. This computer's supposedly 3,000. Heck. And now you play f4. Gosh darn it. I mean, the reason f4 makes a lot of sense here, by the way, Paulius, is because this knight doesn't have anywhere to go. Right? So if the queen's the one defending, I mean, maybe he even needs to play queen d4, actually. Try and take it into an endgame at least. I still think you just allow the capture, and I think your ideas are good, but yeah, because bishop takes f6 is very likely after f4, and here he does get away with queen d8. Like, if you have a clear follow-up here where you're creating serious threats, then I think it's a different story. But I think you're just deciding between good position and good position, and leaving the bishop on g5 where you sort of anticipate either e5 or bishop takes f6. I feel like you're just keeping your tactical options much more open than you are here. Kramnik should be unbanned in like 2 months or so. Over, you like Kramnik? I like to be positive. It's hard to forget all his contributions to chess theory. I like that he has passion for chess. It's inspiring. You know what? Chess me out for this one moment. For you, we can just try and keep the positive vibes. He's not my favorite, but I can definitely take a look at and still say, hey, you know, chess.com did him wrong today. Kind of like I do with Hans. Hans not my favorite, but I think he has been done wrong by the chess community. Particularly the lack of invitations, and rescinding of invitations is kind of crazy. Wait, you're just crushing here. Hold on, F6? 97? Queen H5? Like... Okay, what's the right move order? Queen H5 first? Queen H5 first? Or F6, Queen H5? Okay, F6, Queen H5. Wait, how are you not just winning there? Wait. F6, Queen... G6. Oh, he plays Knight G6. Okay, of course. Wait, does it change though? Queen H5, still GG? Your resolution is to be more positive. Chest me out. I like it. Although, I don't think you were much of a negative person before. I mean, there's got to be so many wins here. 97, Queen H5. Like, I wouldn't even be shocked if Rook takes G6 is winning. What did you play? H4. H4. Okay. 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 Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna think how to say this. Nah, H4 is probably good. But I definitely say in these positions, think more about the pieces. Your pieces are there, your pieces are ready to attack. 97 is the move that is really standing out to me right now. I think you check, he can't, no way he's taking. Rook takes G7, Queen H5 is GG's. So he goes King H8, and I think you still just play Queen H5. Now you're threatening to take on G6. I mean, you could also take on G7. Like, if you just want probably the most clean, this might be it, because your advantage just never goes away here. Right, you check, king moves, you play Queen D6, like, his king's open forever and a day, like... But yeah, no, I mean, it's a simple idea, like, your pieces are more powerful, and so when it comes to attacking, pawns are there to kind of open the door to the pieces, but if the door is already open, the pieces are what is going to create the most damage. Now, H4 should be fine, but yeah, I would definitely spend a lot of time thinking about 97. Yeah, I mean, 97, King H8, Queen H5 threatening the... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this looks awesome. This looks amazing. As amazing as Chess Meow's new positive attitude. New, more positive attitude. Okay, but you just won the piece here, so easy. Ah, they didn't even pin you. Hold on. Why not? What is this bot? I don't understand. This is very strange. This is Goose, right? Like, this isn't a game that I actually played against you and you just changed. Well, like, I think that makes more sense that I'm playing with black here than... But I wanna play D5, so that does make sense. As amazing as Tony finally saying he likes Subway and admitting the truth. Okay, Tony has gotten on board with Jersey Mike's when it comes to sandwiches. Okay, going through the endgame up a piece. Hmm. Yeah, I would just leave the pawn on b4. Start bringing the king in. King endgame will always be useful. And your opponent actually struggles playing a move, because the king comes here, then you could take, and you can defend the pawn through the discovery. Pawn moves, g6 falls. I mean, I kind of feel like you just leave the pawn here, which would really keep your opponent at bay. Yeah, this I don't like. Or at least I'd take on d7, you know, keep your rook more active, able to create more problems for the king. Something like take, and then, okay, how do we feel about 95? We get pinned. So maybe not. I don't know, maybe, is this winning? Take in the trade? I feel like it is, but you have to be careful. How winning? Okay, very winning. Yeah. Still progress, exactly. Still progress. Man, this is just making me hungry. I mean, ramen, sandwiches, cheese, like... Chess Mafia on YouTube. You've tried so many times to beat the goose bot, but the best you can come up with is multiple draws. Well, now you know the secret. Play the scotch against the goose bot. Would it play the same way? Like, does it play the same way every time, Paulius? Like, if I got on and played against Goose right now. Okay, yeah, and trading rooks here, you definitely want to keep the rooks on at this point. I think if your opponent has 2 pawns, maybe you can consider trading rooks, but... Or, sorry, if your opponent only has 1 extra pawn, but when your opponent has 2 pawns, I feel like this is probably a draw. Yeah. Oh, man. Playing for a win against you. But you got this. Easy. Always ready to sacrifice the knight. Alright, got him. Troy in the queue. Yeah, interesting game. You should have had it. You could have crushed. You definitely could have crushed there. Quick check. Grishchuk is through. Asipenko bounces back from a first round loss to win. Sam Savian takes down... Man, Sam Savian's been on fire lately. 1 freestyle, 1 bullet brawl, and now is taking down MVL. Anish is through. Duda, we already knew. Artemayev takes down Lazovic. That's it, right? Like, they just play 1 more game. They don't play a second in the matches, right? Ash, are you there? Does it break like the Eugene bot did if you played the sodium attack? Yeah, I mean, this was bad. This was really bad. Let's do a quick opening check. So from this, yeah, I mean, it's plus 1.5 by move 5. Queen e7, terrible. Yeah, just, that was terrible. All around. If you want to beat the goose bot, the opening to do it. Ash, you are here. Okay, so Dejench was next, but Dejench was kindly going to pass. Let other people go. So then next, Shadrick. Shadrick would be next. Shadrick, if you're there, let me know. That was it. That was the Armageddon round. Okay. So, oh, any draws? But there were no draws. Yeah. Shadrick is ready. Dun 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 dun. So now they go to the next... How many people qualify through it in the play-in? What's next? Hello, Miles. Hello-y. Let me turn this off. Is this an opening? B5? The Gene-ish Gambit. Alright. That's a thing. I'm Australian, mate. No. But I have been down to the land under. Okay. Has been played in Master Games. Interesting. B5, D5. This does not look good for black. This looks like a sad Banco. Yeah, bishop d2. I mean, it's all fine. Probably some improvement in here. I mean, I think you could play a4 first. Kind of thinking about bishop takes f6 here, just to ruin the structure a little bit. Might be worth it, but you're kind of underdeveloped, so you have to evaluate that. But all around, I think this is fine. I don't like knight b5. I mean, knight b5, your opponent could have just hit you with bishop b4 and the knight goes back, right? Like, I think you should just continue developing, get your king out of the center. I mean, a3 could be a move, but I'm not worried. Bishop b4 anytime, then you play a3, I think is fine. Yeah, I think you just continue to develop this. Knight b5 feels like a slight cheap shot. You're hoping for knight c7, but it's one of those that you are making some concessions. You're not castling ever now. You're not developing, and so if you're gonna make those concessions and go for a threat like that, you better be like 100%. It's going to work, which your opponent did find the right way. Take bishop b4, but even bishop b4 would have put a damper on the proceedings. Okay, but then your opponent plays a6, and everything I said now sounds a little bit sillier because knight c7 is very good. Of course. Of course it is. Why not? Why wouldn't it be? That's how this goes. Yeah, your opponent should just play like rook b8 first at least, but maybe even bishop a5 to stop that, and then a6 or rook c8. Flat brown. Okay, let me remember. Dash. I like this setup. And light pieces. Flat brown. Flat? Yeah, this one. Okay. I don't like knight b4, potential take, and then that pawn's gonna be weak. I do feel better about knight c5. Okay, what about bishop a4 though? After take, should be fine. Maybe you play rook takes though. I don't know about pawn takes, because that pawn could also be weak. Maybe it's the wrong direction altogether. We don't need to move that knight yet. Maybe bishop d3 first, so the king has space to solidify. Miles, what's my OTB record against a wonder? That's a great question. I feel like it's 2.5, 1.5. But I could be forgetting about a game. Like, I remember beating him a couple of times when he was younger. And then I remember a game he beat me, I think in the Nightorf. But I want to say there's at least one draw in there. So let's see how... No, we've actually played more. Hold on. There's... Wait, have we really played 7 times? I was remembering 4 games. 7. There was a draw, win, and loss that I forgot about. Wait, is he playing in the Charlotte Spring Open? Wonder. More like I wonder. Well, Dajench, wouldn't you like to know his brother's names? You wanted to free the bishop from defending the knight so it could move around. I mean, I get that, but... I mean, it's about your king. What? Hold on. It's a stacked event right now. All right, look at that. He's signed up. Win no buys. He took a lot of buys at the US Masters, but no, here he's ready to go. Wow, what an event. All right, all right. That sweetens the tournament a lot. That Jench is gonna sign up. I mean, you know what? That does make it more tempting. Yeah, see, this was the move I was worried about, because you want to put the king on e2. Like, king on e2 is the safest place for it, but you don't want to block the bishop. Who is he going to farm for rating? I thought there was only like 2 GMs who play the seasonal opens and like 3 FMs. Yeah, I mean, it's surprising. I'm curious if that means they're going to push it a bit more, because I talked to Peter at the chess center about this with this last Charlotte Open, because I noticed at the Charlotte Open there were less GMs than the previous year. And with that, while they had less GMs, they had about as many, like this, just about as many players. So like, it's definitely a balance on the organizing side of, excuse me, like, you want to have titled players there, but you know, if you bring in GMs, usually you give them conditions, and since it's not a norm event, like, how much does that actually encourage IMs and FMs to play and all that? But you have someone like Wonder signed up, that kind of changes, right? Because he has a high enough rating and enough kind of interest in people playing that it can change things. Why is E2 better? Because you also want to develop this rook, right? Like, I just want to get my king out of the way of the pieces. So that's where, let's say the same thing happens. Bishop a4, king e2, knight b3, rook c3. Now my bishop's open, and my rook's open. So if this works tactically, which it does look like it is, then I simply just want to develop. Fantastic, right? Pieces are good. Pieces should be out. Pieces should be developed. The king doesn't get in the way, and with more pieces developed, not only are the pieces better, but the king is also going to be safer. Yeah. Simple. So yeah, I get why you want to move this knight, and instinctively I feel the same. Like, knight is under pressure, move it, but this is just a little awkward. Like, I do feel that slight awkwardness, and okay, you play bishop d3 now, but you get hit with knight takes d4. I am worst. How's it going? For someone like Gary, the norms don't matter. Yeah. No, I think these tournaments, it's a bit, like, I get it, but I think these tournaments are great. I mean, the 9-round tournaments are just so brutal, so I do think the shorter events are quite nice. I mean, you see it quite often with players, like some GMs will take buys in longer tournaments, because once you don't need the norm, you don't need 9 rounds. I think everybody is kind of like, you know what? It's a lot. It's tiring, especially when you're playing 2 games a day. Whoa, whoa, bishop c2? Interesting. Yeah, bishop takes b4. Tactical problems, huh? The tactics are not going well for you. Okay. Yeah, thankfully your opponent lets you off the hook just a little bit. You're kind of in trouble here. At least a bit more. I guess you do defend, but maybe no, rook c7 exists. Yeah, the more aggression would make this even more difficult for you. So that pin's not going anywhere, even with b3. b3 probably takes here, actually, and then takes, and now is going to win the knight with the greater activity. And your king ends up being decently safe on b3, so I liked your position. Probably needed some earlier development to get your king safer. Tactics didn't work, but now you're back into, you just have a game. Yeah, okay. Knight on h6 isn't the best. Interesting, but I think your opponent correctly just didn't take any of the pawns and left it there. E4 was probably worth considering. It's pinned. Okay, if he just moves, you take, and then probably something like this. The knight still goes here. If he pushes, then you have time to play knight e3 anyways, I believe. And knight e3, and if he takes, you're gonna come back and defend against this pawn, wherever it shall go. Yeah, I mean, it's all about giving your knight space, so giving your knight the e3 square. So it can stay more in the center, or center slash kind of on the king side, where hopefully it can help you push your pass pawn. That king is running. What a freaking username. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow, Hamchess. Yeah. New created account as well, so it feels like someone's trolling. Someone had some time on their hands. That's just him on steroids, apparently. International master. Maybe. Had such bad dreams last night about not reaching your potential. Time to work all day and night to not make that happen. You know what? don't do that. Working all day and all night, that just sounds like you're not going to reach your potential and be sad. You need to balance. You need a hard work, but not like killing yourself work. Yeah, okay, so King C7, you should have played here. You gave your opponent one opportunity, one moment. He did not capture it, but Rook B8, and suddenly you're in trouble again. Yeah, he just kind of let you push this pawn, and King C7, then B7, which you, I imagine, ended up doing. Okay, yeah, you even gave him time for King E7. Yeah, you gave him more time than you needed him to. I'm a strong believer in balance in the hard work. I've seen too many people get burnt out because they didn't have balance. You probably should have gone King C5 now, just to solidify this pawn. And then like Knight G8. Oh, but Rook takes D5 is sneaky. Okay, Rook takes D5. I see you. That was the idea. King C7, now Rook takes B5, runs into take. Okay, wait a second. King C5 may make me a believer. Wow, you haven't showered for days because you don't care for that. And are you seeing progress? Is it paying off? Or are you smelling progress? Dang, wait, something went wrong here. Yeah, King B8, you should, because your opponent will always be able to repetition you if he wants. You should have just gone King D6. Don't put your king in front of the pawn. Put it so the pawn can still push. I think at this point you have to be happy with repetition. No, you have not seen progress or smelled it. Wait, but King C8. King C8 here. King blocks the check. He messed up. His king should be trying to take these pawns, or just having guarded his stuff. Oh, you're just flagging him. Oh, you're just flagging him. Okay. I was not paying attention to the time. That makes sense. You're just flagging him. Alright, Shadrick. Yeah, I mean, definitely some development stuff in the early game. I think taking the pawn was right. I think you could have been more patient with knight b5. Okay, your opponent kind of made it work, helped you make it work, but felt a little optimistic. And then just a little precision things here, like maybe playing e4 to give your knight space. Little things here, but overall, I mean, you got him. You flagged him in the end, and I mean, I don't think you're losing here anyways with your pawn. it just kept going, and it worked. Oh, Dejinch, that's right. I forgot about Ash. I'm sorry, Ash. Ash, are you there? No, Dejinch said he would be willing to skip his turn for other people to go. He asked to leave the queue. Ash had said to have someone else go ahead. And I got distracted. And by distracted, I really just mean Ash didn't remind me. Alright. Ash did send in messages. So let's go Ash. Then Paul. I'll try not to have the same issue I just had. And remember. Yeah. No, Ash, that's fine. We're chilling. We're chilling. All around, super chill here. Maybe a little too chill at times. I'm gonna hurry and change the board. And then I'm gonna hurry and run to the restroom. Sorry, Shedrick. This board has actually grown on me quite a bit. So I like it. It's nice. I've become a fan. I'm gonna hurry and run to the restroom, but I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I don't think we done for the day over here. I was gonna try and pull up one of these games if they were still going, but I guess not. So we'll just have the anticipation of Ash. I will be fast though. Alright. I am back. Dun 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 dun. Do. You guys' comments are crazy. You guys are crazy. All right, Ash. What do we got? What do we got here? Ash, am I about to be impressed, sad, or somewhere in between? Poison Apprentice, you're almost 2300 bullet. Dang, 2270. Busting through these rating blocks. Yes. What's been the game changer? He's an apprentice. One of the games you played when you tilted down 100 points. I mean, so far so good. Like, this looks pretty decent for you. Definitely bishop c3. 100% you should be playing bishop c3 here, unless tactics say otherwise. But, like, this bishop's going to be so powerful on b2 that trading it is a happy day. But I think you also just get some nice positioning if you emphasize it. Focusing has been the game changer, just not allowing yourself to fall to tilt. So you're still playing the same way you were before. No clear improvements, just not tilting. Yeah, now it's a game. I mean, I think you're better after bishop c3. Now, it's a game. Probably still preferable for you, though. Ash, didn't we just look at a game last week that you played a suspicious g5? I'm starting to notice a trend. Are you noticing this trend with me? Tilting is not good for any aspect of chess. That is true. But I think the best I've ever heard someone who's gotten a hold of their tilts benefiting them is like 100 points. So if you're breaking through barriers, that's pretty crazy. This was before that game, you swear. But it's still two games that it's a bit suspicious. Or like g5's the move you play when knight f5 is not legal. Not when g5, or not, sorry, knight f5 is just a pretty darn good looking move here. But, I mean, at least, like, even if you can defend, say, bishop f8, and you just hold queen h5, still, it just feels in the wrong direction with your opponent controlling this diagonal, which you would continue to do with knight f3 as well, because you don't have bishop e5. I'm gonna play g5 when I'm on tilt. Yeah, it's just... I mean, I almost don't need to offer a move as an improvement. It's just more about that g5 is very suspicious here. And this also adds to the fact that this knight's not that great on h4. Like, I just don't know if you really need to be chasing it. I'd be thinking more about bishop e5 to just keep an eye open to the bishop and the pressure. Yeah, I mean, knight f5, queen h5, that's, you know, checks out. That checks out. That's about what I expected. Bishop h3 looks like a pain. Okay, your opponent plays f3 and then bishop h3. Okay, I was thinking reverse, but... avoids the trade, so now, you know, maybe you can pull something together. Bishop g7, queen e5. Try and control the dark squares. Yeah, I think f3 was a slip from your opponent. I mean, it seems so nice to kick that knight out, but... I mean, at the same time, your opponent kind of wants that knight there. You're not too upset with it. And you're not playing on those squares and not many issues. Although I'm just realizing. No, there's no world where you get knight f6. Okay. Does opponent have ideas of f4 instead of f3? F4. I mean, if it's a competition of who can open their king side the most, maybe. I don't know. I have some serious skepticism about f4. I mean, I play rook g6. Like, what's the threat? f4, rook g6. Take, probably knight takes. Rook takes is actually tricky because take king here, then queen takes actually does keep everything together. Just take like this. Just player, hello, your game sucks too. Entered the queue and then realized you didn't have anything worth analyzing. We can always find some part of it worth analyzing. Don't worry. Unless you just completely crush somebody. That's hard to say much to. Okay, so yeah, something about your opponent in this f3 just really wasn't great. Just keep sending in g5 losses until I sufficiently shame. I mean, g5's a move. It's a move, but yeah, I think when you're opening up your king side like that, you should always think about the weight of the threat. And when I say weight, I mean the difficulty of defending and the value of what you're threatening. So here you're threatening a piece, okay, in that sense it's good, but the ability to defend against it is super easy. And so in that sense, it kind of says, oh, you're opening up your king? That might be suspicious. Because the weight of the threat is actually quite light from just how easy it is to defend. Just player, oh, no, I just mean that I mostly analyze my own games, so by the time I get to you, I'm just handing off the games I have no idea where I went wrong or was too lazy to look at. Okay, I got you. Dang, Shadrick, you snuck in a win? Nice. Well, we do have h5. Beads McGee, we do have an h5 in this game, too. It's not it, Ash. It's not it. h5. What are we doing? What's... I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Weight of the threat, I just don't... Is g4... I mean, is g4 a threat? If it is, it definitely doesn't feel like a threat after bishop d4. When in doubt, spam h5, g5. Especially when the defense to the threat puts the piece on a more optimal square for the opponent and weakens pawns around the king. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is something I was just talking to those in the elite class, the center. I was the lesson I worked with them was on these pawn pushes, and one of the things, because I show them a g4 game where yes, king on g1, white plays g4, but it's very effective. And of course it comes down to some calculation, but the thing there is I also emphasize the weight of the threat, because in that case g4, the threat is g5, and it's annoying to stop because this knight's stuck defending right now. Whoa. Mr. Hamchess, why would Dina be beneath me? So much so that I shouldn't interact with her. It's a pretty wild statement. Why not take an f3? she charged so much for lessons and is roasting fans. She made fun of you. I mean, with a name like that, your username. What do you want? Yeah, I mean, chess player LOL and me, we're on the same page. We're on the same page here. Wow, we're even on the same page about saying we're on the same page. Look, if you actually understood the Russian chess school, though, I don't know. I mean, that's how they grow up. Like I've seen that side because I worked with a lot of Russian coaches. But it is intense. Intense. And yeah, I mean, she does do some things just for the content. They're rude. I mean, to some extent, that's just the way they think is like the best to kind of cut down the BS and help people improve. Steven, she played your friend in Reykjavik Open, got a lost position in a 5-hour game, so one of them at the end. Okay, so I mean, that's just chess, though. Oh my goodness, Stockfish. Yeah, this move looks kind of good. Just kind of looks nice. Hear me out. Some tactics. Although, what's going on? Queen c5. Okay. Yeah, there's a check wherever the king goes. Some is lost in translation. Yeah, I mean, I really just think it's a culture thing. Like I really do, and that's part of like me, Tony, some of us. We've hung out with Dina. I think she's a pretty kind person. I think part of it's for the content because I mean she has the Russian chess school, and so she plays a bit more into like that Russian attitude of things. But that is just the culture, like, you know, it is. My coach, Grandmaster Alex Chernin, one of the first times I seriously worked with him, and he was the one I talk about because he's the main one that got me to GM. Like, he straight up told me one of those first lessons, he's like, yeah, you know nothing about positional chess. And the way he said it was like, he was not, like, it wasn't him trying to be mean. It was just like, it was just honesty. It's just clear. It's tough. It's tough, but I think it's a lot of times it's just that's how it is there. It's a ridiculous comment. I mean, at the time it was kind of true. Like, he said that, but then he taught me how to play positional chess, and I became a GM. So I don't know. He's kind of right. Like, I mean, it's a brutal way in our culture for someone to say that, but I can't say he was wrong. Like, I got GM working with him, so I was like 22. I think I was 2250 FIDE at the time. I started working with him. Lee Chess Games, you can just send a link. Stockfish, pretty simple. I know how to copy the PGN. $22.50 is a good level. Anyone dream for that? But that's what I say. Like, I don't think he was trying to be rude. Like, that's just honesty, and from his perspective, like, that was just reality. And I can't say it was wrong. He worked with me on that, and I became a GM, so like he knew what he was talking about. Thought you're too big a streamer to do it yourself. Yeah, you know, now that you say it, Stockfish. No, I mean, I copy the PGNs all the time. I have it all in a classroom. The time I want people to send it to me is in I mean, there are some strange situations where people want me to like go in their game history and find the game. That I'm not a huge fan of. Because inevitably it's always going to be easier for people to go in their own game history and find it. And yeah, like I don't like what's happening in this game, by the way. Because there is no increment, so if it feels slightly iffy, it's because White had the chance to potentially create an outside pass pawn. White did not take that opportunity and play h4, but I mean, it should just be a draw outside of the time situation. Ugh. Yeah, your opponent did you dirty, huh? Dang. Stockfish, you miss Tony. When you get to see him? He always streams at night. So that's the time. Yeah, I just think it was these pawn pushes and then missing he takes f3. Definitely cost you. Your opponent did not play fantastically, so you didn't really get as punished for some of this as you should have, but yeah, in the end it was just the time. But it's always midnight then. Yeah, I do agree, Stockfish. That is unfortunate. The challenges, though, during the day, he's usually taking care of his kids, so yeah, they kind of need to be taken care of, you know, kind of important. Otherwise, he would probably be streaming at least once during the day. Okay. Forgiveness is always appreciated. All right, Paul, e4. It's your turn. I know this is why child neglect is just as more important. No, it's really not. Really isn't. Speaking of, chess player LL sounding like he's from the Russian school. Hold on. So the matches are done. So everybody that won qualifies. Is that the playoffs are tomorrow? I don't think I understood well. 8 invited players join the 8 players who made it. Okay. Okay, I got you. New streaming room. This is not a new streaming room. This is a new like camera angle though, or not angle, orientation. Because our camera used to be vertical, now it's horizontal, so you get the bigger view of it. But it does look pretty nice. Glad you like it. Shadrick, you're just cleaning up now. Nice. Tony is not a billionaire, Zlatan. I don't know where you might have gotten that idea, but yeah, he is not. Perfectionist made that room. Okay, okay. Amchess, can I give you motivation to take a shower? You hate it so much. That is not in my pay grade. You know what? I'm okay. I think you should do it, but at the end of the day, you should do it. At the beginning of the day, you should still do it. But yeah, that's about as far as I'm gonna go with that subject. Mostly because I think you are at least a little bit of a troll. How much does it take to reach your turn? Well, position 5. I'm going to try and do my best. We'll see how we go. As long as you're not coming and playing in a tournament that I am, like, you're just doing your thing. Morning showers for sure. Dang, Shadrick. So intense. I mean, so far, Paul, this looks reasonable to me. I don't know about really any of the theory here, but you got control of the center and feels quite nice. Okay, e5. I wasn't sure if you should go f3 here right away, but you play e5, your opponent doesn't stop you. This looks fantastic. Hold on. Capturing back though. It's tempting. Queen takes, threatens h5, which is difficult to protect. I like queen takes f3. I don't know, maybe there's a case to be made for g takes f3 to open up the g file. Yeah, bishop b5, maybe, yeah, invited c6, b5, that's true. Which is not an uncommon idea in these positions. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, that's how he's gonna guard h5, but this looks terrible. g4. What? Knight f1. No. I am okay. Not knight f1. Not after queen takes f3. I was winning the h-pawn. Didn't see black's response. So I'm actually not worried about winning the h-pawn at all. As you can tell by the fact that I desperately want to play g4 here. I want to checkmate my opponent. That's it. End of story. Pretty simple. So yeah, I mean, after g4, like, I think you should be winning. Like, I think it's just crushing. Because you want to play g5. Okay, the one move black should try to play is probably f6, but I think you could even simply just take a step back, get out of any discovery or any capture issues. You maybe can take on f6. I'm not 100% sure, but like, you're gonna take your time. You're taking your time, no rush. What's black doing if he takes on e5, g5? So that pawn's kind of stuck if he takes on g4. Knight takes g4.
Hi.
Hi. Bye. Good luck. It just looks crushing, honestly. I don't know what else to say about it. There was a Tony. He is going to teach, so he's quick. He only has 5 minutes till he starts, so doesn't have a ton of time. Yeah, your opponent did play f6, and yeah, I think queen e2. I don't like queen g3. Queen e2, just get out of any way of bishop f4. Because I imagine that's why you played bishop e3 here. Which has some sense in it, but yeah, obviously it didn't stop bishop f4. Maybe your opponent still should have played that. Yeah, I do feel the things falling apart. I mean, you just see like this knight's just so like I'm guessing you played this to go attack this pawn, but this kind of comes back to what I'm talking about in the concept of the weight of a threat. At the end of it, you're playing 3 moves to attack a pawn. Now there are some positions that's totally legit. Like I can think off the top of my head, which are one of our most recent shorts highlights this position, a Karpov-Kasparov game where Karpov does. He takes a few moves to go threaten a pawn, but that's more in an endgame. Queens are off the board. Your opponent's king isn't that open. Your opponent's king is this open in this case. Taking 3 moves to go take a pawn just doesn't carry a lot of heft behind it. It's a very light threat. Now, still a threat, so maybe better than nothing, but when you have a move like g4, definitely the direction you should be going in. Now, this is a case where I still think threat can be good threat. Queen c5, I am preferring here, because at least we have this queen takes c7, and we just kind of annoy our opponent, and then we're going to reposition this knight probably to f3, since all these dark squares are open. Plan was to move it to g3, yeah, but again, it's just, I mean, at this point now, it's not that much of a threat, and the queens got traded. Queen should not be getting traded. That's a very good explanation why I go 3 moves. Yeah, I mean, it's always cost and effect. 3 moves is a cost, for a pawn is an effect. But yeah, this case it doesn't have enough. Not enough of a threat that's such serious play potential. Tony dressed as an eccentric billionaire. Gonna start rumors. How crazy would that be if like I find out one day that Tony is actually a billionaire, and the whole Chess Sharkz thing was just like his secret project that he wanted to do because, you know, he had made his billions and just wanted something more fun. Poison Apprentice, I am not sure I will get to your game. Yeah. Yeah, the queen trade here is bad. I don't think I can beat around the bush on this one. I mean, your opponent's king is the biggest advantage you have is that your opponent's king is open, and the most dangerous piece in the long run will be the queen. So trading it just doesn't make sense here. Queen d3, queen e2, queen e1, queen c5. Just about any move, even queen h3, are probably going to be better moves than queen takes f4. What time? I mean, the stream is ending, you know, probably in an hour, but we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. Yeah, queen c5. Well, yeah, of course, queen c5 earlier is even better. But it's your issue right now, your biggest issue is the discoordination of your pieces due to the knight on f1. So I'm really just trying to get the queen out of the way for now. Is still keep it in the game, but gain time by creating a threat. You're worried about queen f2, but what's there to worry about? Queen f2, like you will play queen takes g2 for him. Like if queen takes f2 was played, I'd almost say, okay, you know what? Take another turn and play queen takes g2. I am okay with it. I'll play rook g1 and start trying to actually create some threats. No. Stop trading. You're down a pawn. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a different story if your pieces are complete garbage, but you actually can create some initiative with your pieces. I mean, here rook e1, looking to maybe sneak in here or just kind of keep these pawns at bay, or bring this knight around to try and create some pressure here. Like your pieces aren't completely garbage. Wouldn't even say it's clear that your opponent's pieces are better than yours. So trading when you're down a pawn in this case just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Yeah, and knight e4 ideas also are quite interesting in some of those positions back here. Also quite interesting, some of these. I mean, you have to be a little bit careful because of rook f1, but that's why I was thinking rook e1 first, you leave this open. Basically, probably waiting for rook g2, honestly, then knight e4. It's looking quite nice. Or he doesn't take, and I don't know where this bishop goes. I guess he drops back? Here? See, but I'm still not worried. Like, Paul, I feel like you're so worried about taking pawns. You were thinking about taking on h5. You were worried about him taking on g2. But how would I say this? Pieces are more valuable than pawns. Now, there are some cases where defending pawns can be worth making a piece bad. But if you're making all your pieces bad in order to defend a pawn, then obviously that's not worth it because, again, pieces are more valuable than pawns. So trying to improve with like rook e1 and bringing the knight to c5 or knight to g5, like if all your pieces are becoming better by taking in that direction, I don't care about a pawn. If all my pieces are becoming better because I'm playing g4 and I'm opening up the attack against the king, I don't care about a pawn. One pawn will be worth improving all of my pieces, will be worth attacking the king any day. Because pieces are more valuable than pawns. Now, I'm not saying just throw the pawns away, but that is something you should always take into consideration. Material does exist. But again, pieces are more valuable. And so making all of your pieces or basically shooting yourself in the foot is not the way to run the marathon. Guys should be using more time. Yeah, I mean, a 30-minute game. There's definitely some critical moments that both Paul and his opponent here could have spent more time. Yeah, knight e4 is a big move. Here, I'd give the king space and once again look to play knight e4 and get that piece active. Because you still have maybe rook d8. No, maybe a bit more sus because taking the pawn runs. But knight c4, you could do the same idea, but not create such a dangerous pass pawn. But yeah, I mean, I hope you kind of see it. Like, in a way, from this position, you have managed to not lose a pawn, right? You took your g pawn, but you took the b pawn. But like, you're just losing. Because in the meantime, while the pawn conversation was being had, your opponent improved all his pieces, is now running e4. your knights are not the best positions to stop this. And, there's a problem. So again, kind of something to just keep in mind. At least you're in the game, Money Miles. Sometimes you feel like a pawn. Good, at least you're in the game. So was that if I put the knight on e4 or c4, it would get taken? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of sneaky. I think the particular move, while nice, like it's just the concept overall that I think you were a bit too focused on the pawns in this game and not focused enough on your opponent's king and just keeping your pieces good. You were worried about, you know, queen f2, which I'm not worried about him taking on g2. I don't think queen f2 is much of a concern. You played knight f1 instead of g4. You know, you have the kind of conscious thought about maybe losing the g-pawn. I'm not saying there's not some truth in taking that, and of course you want to keep an open mind. But, you know, when you have some of these really good opportunities to just go after your opponent and attack them, pawns shouldn't always win in the conversation. Oh, this was a mouse. A spite check. No. A mouse slip that kept you from a spite check. You should have spited him with rook g7. Don't let the mouse slip take that moment from you. All right, chess player, LOL. You are up next. Yeah, and I would say the other part to this is the time spending, because I'm all for attacking stuff, taking things. You know, it's literally the hoodie, the merch. It's literally a quote that I say and I believe in. But I think part of the difference is you're spending, you know, 2-3 moves defending this or 2-3 moves attacking this pawn. It's even in that case, it's not a simple, okay, I just attacked this and created that problem for my opponent. No need to apologize. We are here to watch me apparently not copy this game. What the heck? Let's try that again. There it is. Alright. Chess player, LOL. Worst part was having to play it. Yes, have to play it. Do I have any hobby beside chess? You think I have time for another hobby? Not mostly nowadays just hanging out with friends. Hanging out. If I'm like really chilling just by myself, probably just playing video games. Just been like the explanations. Oh, thank you. Glad you enjoy. Does this actually align? Bishop b5 and then bishop d3? Bit interesting. Head of dog. English is your first language. Do I have an invest in markets? I do have some investments, but I'm not too like focused on that. Just kind of I put money in and just wait and see what happens. Chess fan, I can make chess my living in New York. Some of the hustlers make $200 to $400 per day. Chess fan, I have made chess my living. That's literally how I live day to day, is just through chess. Poison Apprentice, you did not miss your turn as... Wait, I'm not sure why this is confusing. Because you just checked what your position in the queue was. Um, yeah, this seems alright. I don't know about... I wasn't sure about e6 in this particular case. Maybe you could have played g6 with this whole bishop e5, bishop back to c2. But, I mean, this seems alright, so maybe it's fine to go in this direction. Sure can. This member, I mean, what are you hoping? This guy's played 32,000 games. I'd have to probably do a serious look to know. Oh my goodness! Someone on YouTube telling Head of Dog to shut up. What the heck? Show up to the Union Square Park in New York City one day. Play for some cold hard cash. I mean, it depends. I guess on how would you do it. Like, I'm not looking to deceive anybody for money. At least, like, put money on the game and then, surprise, I'm actually a GM. Or, like, throw games first. The report is on his account. What? There's no report on his account. I checked. There's no report here. Click link. Send your granny. See, that could be funny. Although I definitely have to shave if I did that in person, because I mean, if you couldn't tell from the video with Dina, I would like mad trying to cover up my face because the facial hair is kind of, you know, different for grandmas. Not saying grandmas can't have facial hair, and just I did not shave for that video. There is a world where you let him take on e6. There is a world. But something about your position I don't love. Maybe you should have played knight h5, I don't know. Before rook d7. Knight h5. I know he plays g3. But then I like your prospects better. You know, maybe you try and run the rook through d6. So something like here, g3, rook d6. How do we feel about this? And the dog's wife has a mustache too. I mean, there's this small part of me that would not be shocked. No, man, sorry if this is an insult to you. If that is Head of Dog just on YouTube. That seems like something Head of Dog would do, is be on Twitch and YouTube, just going after himself. Yeah, the bad bishop versus knight. I mean, it's also just like the attacking potential, trying to make sure. I mean, you have to, okay, here you have to make sure knight h4, but I think you're probably fine after queen g5 at least. Maybe knight f4. No, knight f4 should also work. Just the queen stuck defending here. Yeah, it looks promising. But yeah, something here already feels like it's gone wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's the bad bishop, but it's also just your attacking prospects kind of went out the window. Okay, your opponent is just trying to trade everything, though, which is a weird decision. Then bishop g5, and you're fine. Like, you're maybe even a little bit better once the bishop comes off. Yeah, because your pawns are more active. Your king comes in quickly. Interesting. I remember that Miles plays chess on Twitch, sucks at chess. See? Miles also the type to do it. Meh. Or when you played against a 1900 kid in a FIDE tournament, he played perfect in opening. I had 10 minutes, he had 5 seconds in the middle game, and he cooked me because I lost the pawn. Yeah, people nowadays are very well prepared. He did that. Wait, what? Does that not just lose to c4 after? We play that at some point. Still very sketchy. I mean, you get to the defense in time, but then c5's open unless you push b4, but then you don't get to the defense in time. You heard this gay guy named Chess Player LOL on Twitch sucks at chess too, and then he has the worst. Man, all these insults on YouTube. YouTube's such a toxic place. Yeah, you're just winning. What the heck? Whoa, wait a second. Hold on. Okay, F5's unnecessary, right? Like, why are we playing F5? Have a battle between YouTube chat and Twitch chat. No, I missed D6, but I wasn't thinking you'd play F5 because you have King C5. Like, if you don't have King C5, then I think you need to do the dirty work calculating F5, but because you have King C5, like, you just win. I'm confused. Didn't even think about King C5. Yeah, I mean, that's the... Because your opponent can never out-tempo you. No, your opponent's... I mean, D6 is good, but... Yeah. Yeah. Still better for you, though, because your king gets more active here with King E5. Okay, never mind. King E5 is a garbage move for garbage players. I should never have suggested it. You just tricked him. Did you trick him? Has he been tricked? I feel like he's been tricked. Or have you been tricked? Wait, hold on. Aren't you losing after h takes g4? Am I crazy? f3, king e3, f takes g2, king f2, h3, he pushes his pawns? Oh, you knew f4 was losing, but didn't see anything else. Okay, okay. You're gambling it. Yeah, but why not king e5 here? I don't feel like I understand. I mean, I didn't count the timing, but I assume it works out okay. My net game next. I have a question about how I could have evaluated potential king upon endgame better. I decided not to go for it, but I think I should have. You're to king c5, but you know, but okay. But okay. This looks semi. Okay, he could take care, but this looks somewhat winning, or at least that you're not worse. Maybe not winning. Maybe winning is optimistic, but you know, I'd be okay with that. Let's see. Quick check. Quick check. Yeah, completely equal. Because he needs to drop back, and then you have more serious threats. So you went for f4, knowing it's losing, and your opponent blunders his face immediately, playing king e4. Yeah. Never analyzed your game. Well, Arwen, you always join late. What you want from me? No, I doubt it's actually him, Christensen. Until you checked out after blundering d6. I believe that. You did it the fancy way too. You did it the fancy way because you're just winning. Even here, you just play a5, you clean up the pawns, and you run. But okay, king f4 is pretty nice. Beginner players doing decently well. How are you? You are not. Miles plays chess. What's up next? Oh, Vladimir Kramnik is currently farming Mr. Heisenberg. Nice. Kramnik did not get into the Champion Chess Tour, but he'll settle for the pool and some farming. Imagine farming somebody. Should do a video on him for that. Alright, Miles. Wait, Miles Tisserand. Isn't that the same guy on YouTube that was. The lore goes deep. You're submitting a game from him? Crazy. Alright. Standard Miles opening. Just waiting for the day Kramnik gets some interesting win stats. Yeah. I'm sure he already has some, but people are too reasonable to go through all the work and insinuate against a former world champion. Why A3? I know I'm kind of taking this game in and all that, but I don't think I understand A3 because in my mind A3 yes provokes queen takes C5, which means we don't want to allow like a knight D7 move, but a knight D7 then we could play A3 if we really wanted to. I'm just not sure we want to play A3. Seems like that move could be better spent elsewhere. Okay, but you did end up playing C4, so you're trying to play C4 and encourage capture and one move. So part of the difference is I'm actually not sure about C4 because I'm also thinking about E4. Chess player, dang. No respect. Imagine being a 5-time world champion and not being qualified for the tournament because of his standpoints. No, I mean, I think it's a totally fair policy on chess.com to say, hey, if you're going to aggressively accuse people online, that you can be banned from the event because it is quite toxic. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. I mean, my gut reaction is actually to play bishop e2 here, which should be better thought out because bishop d3 makes more sense. But I kind of just thinking you play this very patiently. I think the other thing is you played bishop takes e4. I think you want to play knight takes e4 in general in these positions. Grandpa Kasparov. But I don't know. It's okay. A3, I mean, it's playable. Whole thing, I guess, is playable. It's no. All right. I'm gonna talk about this, but this one, I want to know a bit more precise. So c4 a3, the computer actually does like b takes c4, and then you go b4, so you get the quick pressure this way. So if queen b6, what's changed? We're playing queen b3. So we're getting the pressure that way. Okay, so this idea is fine, but we want the pressure, and the way we're going to get this pressure is actually through b4, queen b3. That makes sense of playing a3. That makes sense of playing, putting the bishop on c4, and life is happier. Okay, I feel better. I feel better. I needed that little, because here it's crazy. Like it's such a small thing, the difference between b4 and rook c1. But here I feel like this setup, like there should have been something better, because I just don't see any threats. I don't see the pressure. I mean, I guess you still kind of have here. But with the queen on b3, like I see the direction. I see that potential on f7. Maybe jumping in here at some point. Just feels a lot more dangerous with just that simple change. But yeah, I think all in all, my issue with a3 is that you did not play b4. So that little change does make me feel better. Knight e4 though, hold on. Knight e4, I don't know about this, because your opponent's bishop doesn't have a ton of squares. Yeah, so e4, rook d1. I can see you played e5, not rook d1, but why not rook d1? At least to start. I mean, we could play e5 after, but why not get a free tempo? Putting the rook on a square. We want to put it... Yeah. Now rook d1 just makes sense. We want that rook developed. We're not defending f2 with the rook, like, of course. And yeah, we take advantage of the bishop being on d7 before e5, bishop f5. Although, maybe with that, I don't know if we want to play e5. Maybe we don't need to. You could get some real nasty pressure just down the d file. Interesting. Yeah, just put a clamp down, rook d8, maybe even b4 now. Just to avoid any knight a5 issues, and you say, okay, what are you gonna do now? Okay. e5, h3, e6. Knight's up there. Ooh, wait, knight h6, hold on. So you kind of baited him into playing rook d8. He maybe should have played h6 first. Arwen, what's a good way to counter the Sicilian defense? There are so many lines in the Sicilian defense that's hard to say. And expect queen takes d4 to be playable. You really do. Yeah. But why? But why? Why trade queens? Like, okay, say take. What's going on here? Just so I get a clearer picture of this. Queen c6 an issue. Let's say queen c6 just to start the conversation. g8. No, we get away with taking the pawn here. Yeah, maybe even bishop f1. Knight takes, there's also knight takes e4, okay. Queen c1. I'm missing. Queen h6 is a problem for black. So, but wait, queen takes e6. No, knight d4. Uncle Esquire, how's it going? Good evening. I have not seen the new Nimzo board / chess set. Yeah. Okay, queen c1 is good. It's just like I see where you're going with queen d4, and honestly, like it could be the better move. Like I can see just this endgame being very comfortable, or as you said, knight takes f4 first, then queen d4. But I can't help feeling like ideally you want to keep queens on the board. Because your queen has some nice attacking potential. Okay, first attacking this f5 pawn, secondly, just like these queen h6 ideas, or once your rook does land on d7, take e7, like it's easy to imagine how dangerous the queen could be. So yeah, I see where you're going, but I can't help think that there was something behind maybe keeping the queens on the board. You analyzed yourself this move f4. Ah, this is the king and pawn in game. Canty did a box opening on it. Convinced me to get it. It's getting delivered sometime this week. Nice. Do you have a link to it? Take a look. Vlad has engaged cruise control at 3100. He's at 3088 right now and getting a whopping 1.5 elo in each game he takes. Wait, really? He's gaining... What? No way. Hold on. Pause. Wait, no, he'd gain more. He'd gain more. Couldn't see this one. I thought it would be better chances to keep rooks on the board because I thought I could take e7 eventually. There's the chess set. Oh, interesting. Oh, and it's compact. All right. That's pretty nice. That looks like a good set. I like that it is so compact. I don't love the writing on the bottom of the pieces. That's just, I know that's where quite a few companies will put like their logo or something is on the base. I'm not a huge fan of it personally, but it does look pretty clean. Yes, my bad. 4.5. Okay. So evaluating this endgame. So, I mean, I would look at the clear paths here for the king, right? Because, of course, in any king and pawn endgame, usually I think there are two things you usually start with. First are the pawn breakthroughs, and then next, kind of the king direction. And when I say pawn breakthroughs, like, of course, priority is can you create a passed pawn? Here, it doesn't look like you can create a passed pawn, so king breakthrough. If you run up this side of the board, what's happening? Like he stops you with h5. Okay, so king g7, king f2. Is this really winning for white? I'm actually like I wouldn't be convinced here. So it definitely has to be. So I don't see anything here. So okay, let's take a closer look. King g7, king f2, h5, king g3, king g6, king h4, king h6. And how are we looking to break through? Not actually sure. Chess.com engine said 0.9. 0.9. Yeah, I mean, at a glance, I don't see it, right? Because we're looking for the pawn breakthrough, creating a passed pawn, which I don't see, and then looking for how the king gets through, which I'm not quite seeing yet. Yeah, it might be a bit optimistic, because I'm struggling to believe it actually is there. Unless you're very precise with the king movements and probably taunt, like I'm going over here, psych, I'm going over there. White is winning at least king of the hill here. That's for sure. No, Esquire, it is nice to have a good tournament set that you like for tournaments. Good tournament set, a good board for tournaments. Really weird bishop, doing pretty well. I think I'll be finishing the stream fairly soon-ish. Alright, I'm just gonna check it, because... Oh, geez. Okay. So what am I missing? I see the evaluation. Okay, I can say one thing I didn't fully consider is c5, king d5. You know, if black's king is on c7, he can't keep you from playing c6. He will be tempoed out. Oh, wait. There's kind of a crazy... Okay, so this is a tough endgame. But maybe you do break through on the queen side. You bring the king to d5, c5. And then if black plays h5, like you'll have a free move here with g3, which is actually the huge benefit to that side. Is maybe we're not breaking through on the king side, but we have a move for Zugzwang. Okay, so let's see. King g7, king f2, c5. No, king g3 now. Wait, so the king... So he plays c5. Say he plays h5. What the... Flying flippers? Megan 23? Okay, you're right. So let's play a6 here. That's a sick Zugzwang. Oh wait, no, I messed it up. How did I mess it up? Oh, c6, c6. Wait, why? Wait, what? Oh, because he can ignore c6 if I play it here. Okay, so I want to do it with the king farther away. That's wild. It's Zugzwang. Okay, so let me explain this. So basically, you get this position. Oh, this position, right? I think this is the key position. White pawn on c5. White pawn on a5. Black avoiding it. And here's the issue. If you stay to defend this side, then I'm faster here. If you go back, ready to defend this side, then I just win here. So black's in Zugzwang. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have this side, even though we're not breaking through, then it's a draw because black can just come defend over here. Why did black play h5 though? Trying to keep the king from getting up because king h5, like, then that starts to become a real possibility. So if, I mean, but he's also kind of stuck here too. Sorry. I'll get that down one day. Like king g7, like h5 is a bit of a waiting move. So he could play h6, but then king f3, and again, we're going to be in Zugzwang. Like, we go king e8, now I go this way. Yeah, and the king on f5, and again, either I'm sneaking over here or I'm breaking through here. Do I play Ding and Blitz online? I don't think we've ever played Blitz. We have played Bughouse together. You can't just go king f8, g7, g8, and let white play all the moves. Two weaknesses. Yeah. Well, that is now 3,095. Interesting win streak. Am I ending the stream? Soonish, yes. Soonish. Yeah, that's. I mean, Miles, that's just a tough endgame to evaluate. Because it all comes down to basically one tempi. I was 2700 at 960 till I started playing Freestyle Friday. But you just gain no rating there. So many strong players are like 1500, and they don't really treat it like provisional. So you gain zero. Like I'm playing like 3000 rated players in just 960, and I gain 0 points for beating them, but lose 16 if I lose. But the best counter argument to not going for that endgame is this position. Like, this didn't really work for you. Like, I'm just not sure. Like, that endgame, it is clear you're the one pushing for the win. Here, I don't feel like that's as clear. Which might be the best argument for it. Not that you necessarily need to see the win, but that you can see enough to know that it's probably at least better than what this is. Beginner players, wait, you had a fallout at a chess club? What happened? Freestyle is amazing chaos. Okay, a little fancy bishop maneuver. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you had to be careful, but this is just a draw. I assume he played on for a long... Okay, yeah, I mean, you ended up trading. Didn't play on for too long. Beginner players, you were playing chess OTB and was responding to a daily game mode, and they said you were cheating. Did you have your phone on the table? Like, if you're gonna do something like that, I think it's just so simple. Have your phone on the table so anyone can see what you're doing. I mean, still okay if it's just a casual game, probably not something to be weird about, but you had your phone out. You're winning OTB. Cheer your pigeon response. Okay, beginner players, send your game. Miles, see ya. No, I mean, I kind of see both ways, honestly. Like, if my opponent was just on their phone a lot during a game, I wouldn't accuse him of cheating, but I would feel weird about it. Like, hey, we're playing a game and you're like all on your phone. Kind of weird. But I think just like if, like, say this is my phone. Here's the table, right? And we're playing right here. Like, I have my phone right here. Anyone can see it. Simple. All right, let's see it. Beginner players against the Waybot. Well, we'll do some quick analysis. So I'll try and get to you, Arwen. We'll be fast here, since I'm finishing soon. Cash, how's it going? Wait a second. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Cash. I saw some short or some video that you were in. Was it a video or something? Man, I wanted to ask you about something. Because I was scrolling through and I'm like, wait a second, Cash. I've seen that guy. He's like doing chess and whatnot. It's gonna bug me. Like 3 years ago. Was it 3 years ago? It was an older video. Maybe it wasn't that old. This is just awkward. I was gonna bring it up. Now I can't even remember it. So now it's just, I feel like I'm making it up. If it was chess, no, it wasn't a chess thing. That's why it caught my attention, like especially, and I wanted to ask you about. You know, it was probably Overwatch, because I used to be into Overwatch, so I still see some videos. It was probably Overwatch 3 years ago. I don't remember what I wanted to ask you about for it though, so I'm not very helpful. I wish I was. Chess and Cherries, yeah, we should be able to take at least a quick look at it. So this was not great. This is kind of like a reverse Grunfeld, actually. Like, very much. Now, the downside is the line I'm thinking of, the bishop is here. So there are some cases where you are fine. You just play bishop d7 at some point. Maybe bishop e7 here. I know you don't want to take and have to play again, but getting the king out and then bishop d7 at some point sounds... Yeah, here's a bit, you know, not the best. Tepichka, you met one of your mentors in Overwatch. Played into the same team on a random match and it said at the end of the game that I played well. I replied that he didn't. Oh, we are friends ever since, dang. Wait a second. You defend this? Can you defend this? And I was trying to look at the time control. What was the time control on this? Man, that's actually pretty crazy. Infinite time? No clock? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty crazy actually. Defending this is not so easy. I might have to take back what I said. Beginner players, what you're doing actually makes sense. It's surprisingly difficult unless your opponent has something better here. But after castling this, bishop b7, queen c6 with the f2 pawn being pinned. Alright. Pichka, you're getting similar vibes from Marvel Rivals, but somehow it's not keeping me that entertained. No, I think I really enjoyed Marvel Rivals. I think I still kind of enjoyed, like, at the peak when I was really enjoying Overwatch, I think I enjoyed that more. But I don't know. I don't know what they did. I think Overwatch really hurt themselves by not following through on the with the solo campaign stuff. Because like that was the whole point of Overwatch 2, and then they, you know, the promise fell through. No, I mean, I think you're just playing really well. Overwatch 2 was bad, so was Counter-Strike 2. I actually did enjoy Overwatch 2 for a good majority of it. And then... yeah, what was it? What was kind of the game changer? It really was around the time they didn't follow through. And then it kind of felt like, well, if you guys aren't following through on that, like, what are you doing? Okay, yeah, Bishop H1, not the best. I mean, you open up the king. But, you know, let's keep our pieces. But other than that, I mean, I assume you're going to win this. And just a very... nice fashion. I don't know about giving up the rook, because this rook's kind of stuck here. Your rook helps keep it trapped. Probably queen e4 I'd prefer at a glance. Is g4 an issue? No, because g4, then we check, block, and then rook h2. Makes more sense. Yeah, I think e4. So disappointed because of the lack of PvE that I just installed and the meta being tank heavy didn't help either. They were consumed by the microtransaction greed. That's true too. Like the loot boxes, I know those come with transaction stuff too, but it was a ton of fun. Like I really enjoyed that format, and just it took them so long to give. I mean, because so much of the stuff was so expensive. I thought the bot would find a forced mate somehow. And you won this so easily. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, wait. Hold on. He's kind of defending. But his king's cut off. So, yeah, it's just GG's. You know what? Beginner players, very nice game. Very nice game. Crazy. Kenren Civilization 7 got in on the greed DLC leaders at launch. Historically, whenever a new civ is being released, that's the best time to get the previous one. Yeah, beginner players, very nice game. Chess and Cherries, let's see it. Well, let's do two more. I know Arwen really wanted, has been here a long time. It's 2450. Is this a glitch? No, you just played a fantastic game. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, like, I'm honestly convinced here, like, the evaluation, even though you're down the exchange, is, I mean, not that bad for you. Yeah, knight c3 was an accuracy, but I mean, bishop e3, that's a crazy move. But yeah, I couldn't see it here. After knight c3, like, your position actually looks very reasonable. And it just quickly fell apart. Okay, bishop e3 was dumb, but I think this is an overall bot kind of issue. So when it comes to, like, impending mate ideas, sometimes they do freak out. Okay, you sent your game. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue for me is microtransactions are fine, spending a little bit more on a game, because some of those games it actually works. I don't mind. But like pre-planned, like when games almost take content out and then put it as DLC, like it's not an add-on, but like they take it out, I don't like that. And then when it is like a continually updating game, when it just feels like they don't listen to people, it's pretty wild. It's so annoying. I just don't get it. Like, people will literally tell you what they want from your game, and some of these big companies, okay, I know you have to take that in with a grain of salt, but or grain of whatever. not salt. Like you can't just do everything people say. Like some things you have to filter out, but when you're not listening at all, it's really annoying. And there are some games. Dragon's Dogma 2 was probably one of the worst for me. Like this whole concept of not having fast travel is just the most dumb thing I've ever heard of. Or you have to spend money to have more fast travel. Yeah, I mean, microtransactions, I typically only like in free games. Because I kind of get that. Like, you don't have to spend the money, but if you want to. But even then, I don't like it when it's like a competitive game and, you know, people that spend money are just going to win. But other games that it's just like you can enjoy, or like you want to get this character, not game changing, it's not going to, like, you can still succeed without it, you know? But if you want to, go for it. Like that, I don't mind. But yeah, Dragon's Dogma, I just, that game was, I just can't, I don't know whose idea that was. Easy fast travel, so nice, and then if people don't want to use it, you know, fine. I had a question. Oh, were you white or black in this? Chess and cherries. Yeah, or cosmetic. No, because, like, man, it's so hard because, what was the one? I played Shin Megami 5, and they did have one where you could, like, it was kind of DLC or like an add-on where you could spawn these creatures that made it easier to level up. And that one I actually didn't mind was a cost, because, like, the actual game, totally fine, totally playable on itself. But if you want, like, in-game cheat code to make it easier to grind, like, you can do that. I don't hate that at all. Alright, you were black. You said this was a shorter game. Because, like, to a point, some of that, like, I understand why you wouldn't want that to be part of the game, because, you know, it could ruin the skill curve, but convenience can be fine, but it's already gray zone, yeah. No, I think too many companies do go overboard with it. Probably my favorite 2 games as far as DLC was concerned. The original Dying Light. Dying Light, I mean, they put out a whole new area, like borderline, like another game as a DLC, and I thought it was a blast. And then Remnant. I actually really liked a lot of the Remnant DLC. But again, it's completely separate. It's just more content. Like you feel like you have a complete game without it. But if you just want more of that game because you loved it, here you go. Okay, kind of a weird, normal-ish but slightly strange Joe Bava to me. Okay, now very strange. Even with cosmetics, for example, there was the ghillie suit in Black Desert Online that made it just a bit more difficult to target someone and became meta. Didn't have it, you were negatively affected in PvP. Yeah. Yeah, that always gets tricky. And even then, even if it's cosmetic, if it's like too expensive, that also just makes it more frustrating. I mean, speaking of Overwatch, someone was making the comparison that getting a cosmetic item in-game actually cost more than buying like an actual figure of that same cosmetic. Okay, it's all cosmetic, but it's still kind of annoying. I don't know what to make of this. This is, something feels a little strange. I just don't know who it's favoring. I mean, I think it's good for you. Maybe instead of c5 right away, bishop c7, contend against the dark squares. I think that's the thing I'm a little hesitant about, is all this dark square play, and it currently feels like your opponent dominates it. So maybe fighting against that with bishop c7, at least trying to plant the queen there. I actually like. And then maybe, you know, we think about c5, but we could also be going for e5. Pretty simple. Kind of scared of c4, c5. Yeah, but that's where I like that you do have this e5 breakthrough as well, and I think is the real potential in it. Because of e5. You know, maybe if c5 was the only breakthrough and e5 your opponent had a clamp down, okay, I get it. But because you're sort of shooting for e5, that's nice. Oh my goodness. All right, where's Ash? Ash, someone play g5. Someone play g5. Ash. Yeah. Yeah. That's So a game I've been getting more into recently is actually Honkai Star Rail, and I think they do a good job because okay, it hasn't always been my favorite game. Just the whole turn-based, some of it I go through stages, but what they give you just like for free for playing their game, I think is pretty good. And there's some grind aspects, but they try to have elements that relieve that, and just I feel like they do a good job of listening to people from what I've seen so far. This is crazy. G5, yeah. G5 is wild. I feel like it should be bad. As much as I want to be here for the G5 move, I just don't think I can believe in it, but I do like the aggression to a point. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I don't love that your opponent gave up that knight, actually. Because they're on castle too, like, take the bishop, but then you take back and your pieces are kind of opening up. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe you should have just dropped back bishop g3. Let's see, bishop g3, g4, knight jumps. As long as there's value in them. Cannot say much about mobile games, never got into them. Yeah, it works except for knight takes g5. Wait. Knight takes g5? Oh, knight takes g5? Take queen h5? And then knight d6 with f7 issues. Ah. Dang. Really, that's the only move. Hold on. Okay. I mean, but like even bishop d6 is still better for white. That's kind of my... It's just my feeling, you know? Like g4 doesn't win on the spot, but there's some clear weaknesses it creates, so I do feel that's that little bit of hesitation to open your position as such. But yeah, I mean, knight takes g5. That's a pretty wild move. Now, I feel differently that he took on c8, because this bishop, it's kind of so-so. Yes, bishop's typically better than knights, but this bishop still on its starting square. The rook definitely much better here. Now I kind of like it for you. I feel like you are taking control. Yeah, I mean, the threat is there. Queen takes g3. He also... He took with the knight. He took with the knight. That doesn't feel right. Rook c3 is really nice. Like that. Yeah, and take... And now you're just crushing. Ah! Wow. Yeah, I'm curious. Just this knight takes... Well, maybe knight d6 as well. And he still has... He still has knight takes g5 here. So knight takes d6 just overall the wrong direction for him. Because he doesn't want to make these trades. Like, knight d6 only works because he still has knight takes g5. But taking on c8 is especially bad. Kind of a good lesson to learn. I mean, one of those things that you should always understand the actual what's up, right? You shouldn't just assume, okay, bishops are typically better than knights, having two bishops advantageous, and blindly take a bishop. In this case, he actually helped you in your development, and after that, things quickly fell apart. Interesting game. He missed king f8. Okay, so he was sort of planning on you taking back. Okay. Yeah. I think when mobile games started to fester, that was the time at which it was no longer possible to resist the money grabs. Security tactics proved to work, so many companies started to not value trust, and it's all downhill from there. The last few years, though, there are more and more exceptions. Fortunately. Yeah, I mean, there's some pushback. I do dislike when games it's pay to win. Yeah, I understand you make money, you can invest more in game. Game in theory should get better. So some of the money potential is fine, and if someone has more money and being able to spend more, I don't have an issue with. But if it's ever a situation where it's highly competitive and it's okay, you spend money, you destroy everybody who doesn't spend money, and person who does not spend money will not succeed. That's unfortunate. One of the worst cases was a game based on an anime that I played, My Hero, where they just continued to introduce new heroes that were always better than the previous. And so if you did not spend the money, like you just fall behind 100%. All right, we're finishing here. Anyone else in the queue? Sorry, I didn't quite get to you. I'll be doing this again next week. Try to catch me and get in earlier. Queue. Okay, Arwen. Let's see it. Playing a 2500. I assume you are A12 win because that matches your name a bit closer. Stockfish, I'm sorry. One of the main reasons in my book of increasing wealth inequality. Yeah, it's everywhere. Yeah, that's true. Lots of companies out there just trying to count their dollar bills more so than count their happy customers. Okay, this is all theory. H4 a bit different. I want to say I've looked at this before. And you want to play knight d7? One sec, let me reverse this. You want to play knight d7 to get in knight f8 faster? Because of... I don't know. I can't remember. I remember like some of the move order stuff here is important. And my best advice there, Arwen, always check after games. What are the top people playing and what is the computer saying? H4 is the line for sure. Okay, so maybe it's fine. Gut reaction, I would put the king on f8. It feels a little bit safer because you have a place you could actually run. That's a minimal thing. If I win on time, did I really win? Of course. The counter argument to that is always, you won on time because your opponent spent more time than you. If your opponent had spent this time to not, or hadn't spent the time, would you have won on the board, right? Are you defending h3 in the long term? You're saying knight g1's an issue at some point? I don't know if I like g6. It feels unnecessary. Like, I feel like your opponent made it clear that he probably wants to take anyways. I don't know if you need to provoke him into it. Stockfish, I'm gonna finish on this game. Yeah, I don't know. Something about all of this feels off to me. I feel like I'm coming back to h4. Like, I don't know. Something about this just doesn't feel right. Maybe queen c7. Queen c7 also doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, queen a5 here. Maybe I see there's a game played here with b5. I guess trying to discourage c4. Like, queen c7 feels like a wasted move. Completely. But I do like queen a5 because then you do have potential to defend here. And of course you stop bishop f5. So at this point, yes, of course you have to play h3. You can't let the files open, but something already feels like it's gone wrong. And I think it's definitely queen c7. I don't know if this is the best move order beforehand. Maybe yeah, there's a reason knight d7 instead of h4 was the main played move. But oh, Stockfish, glad you are learning. Yeah, queen a5, d5 and not taking. Okay. I don't know, maybe on that same note, rook e5 is worth considering, just to have the rook on this rank for possible defense. Like here, rook h5 would be beautiful. Oh, yeah, okay. Bad stuff is happening. Hold on, bad stuff's happening. Yeah, knight a6. Ugh, yeah. Wait, why can't we take the free pawn? Why can't we take it? Hold on. Where's my consequence? Where's my consequence? Bishop f6 and rook e8. Okay, I found it. I found it. Yeah, that's a consequence. Okay, so we can't take. Wait. Quick check, knight b4. Take. These ideas fall to... How do you defend that? How do you defend that? Hold on. You just take here and that covers. Okay. Well, you know, if you're gonna lose a knight, I highly recommend doing it through knight b4, so you at least open up the file. Yeah, I mean it's tough. I feel like you really want to spend a lot more time looking at the opening. I mean I wish I knew these positions a bit better to kind of give you more direction, and that's just a rude checkmate. That's just nasty right there. You're gonna lose it. I recommend not losing it. Well, you know, that's another suggestion. I prefer my suggestion personally, but you know, what can we do? What can we do? Agree to disagree. Yeah. No, I just feel like the opening was wrong. I think there's a reason H4 is not the main move here. Maybe it's still a line, but Knight D7 by far is the most played. You quickly bring it to Knight F8. I have a feeling Queen C7 was wrong. I just don't see the point behind it, right? Like, I would prefer to be developing this knight, or if I'm going to develop the queen, I'm going to put it on A5. So I think a lot of your issues came kind of early on. Okay, again, G6, I don't know if it's necessary. Like, you wasted a lot of time. It's probably the best way to say it. You know, you're moving this H pawn again. You're moving the queen to C7. That's not the most effective. You're playing G6. Meanwhile, you have these two pieces sitting here doing nothing. So I think that was the big issue. You had a higher priority of developing pieces, but they just kind of stayed there until already you're having problems. You know, by the time you finally play Knight F6, already have issues. Poison Apprentice, I'm sorry, I have to head. I have to go get food, and then the weekly kind of casual night at the center is already starting in 8 minutes, so I'm gonna be late. But I will be back next week. Already pushed it a little bit because Arwen really wanted game analysis and has missed out. Hopefully I catch you next time. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. If you guys wait, let me take a look. He is doing chess. All right, I have someone to raid. Someone that is in chat a decent amount has raided us as well before. For kids in chat, he does have 18 plus. Friendly guy though, so. Camus, no, Camus. Rip, Camus. We should be streaming tomorrow, so I hope to see you all then. But everyone, thank you so much for being here and sending games in. I always enjoy this. And yeah, go show Jake some absolute love and appreciation.